darkness can never darkness can never kill.
Here's an overview of how Coach Comms works. Each team may assign one coach per game, submitted with the starting roster. Coaches can be changed between games. Only a head coach, assistant coach, or analyst is eligible. Sub-players are not allowed. Use of the Coach Comms is optional. Here's how Coach Comms operates during matches. The coach is placed in an isolated room, wearing a soundproof headset to ensure competitive integrity. They may only view the 5-player POVs on stage. No live stream, spectator mode, or external devices are permitted. Each team has 3 Coach Comms uses per game, with 45 seconds per use. Unused uses do not carry over. After all users are exhausted, the coach may leave the room. If they leave early, they cannot return. Team members not participating will have access to standard spectator mode for post-game review. Coach Comms has received positive feedback from teams and fans and adds an additional strategic layer to the game. The feature will be reviewed at the end of Split 2. Stay tuned for more updates.
Em nghĩ team em có thể đứng trong top LCP. Team em khá là đoàn kết với lại sức trẻ nữa, càng đánh càng hay. Chúng tôi sẽ có mặt tại MSA.
Nó sẽ có máy trực tiếp và thế giới thì họ rất là mạnh, thì GAM cũng là sẽ cố đặt niềm tin vào nhau để có thể mạnh hơn sẽ có những lần trước.
Off the map, they do get the rift herald. The flag encore! It's just too clean. Flag and drag follow up.
Chúng tôi là thời đại mới của LCP.
The mountain charging forward. Doggo is the target. Artemis is getting some damage off. Yeah.
Khi bước up thì bọn mình cần phải đánh với tâm thế nó đầu tiên phải là tự tin đã, và nó cái tâm lý nó thật là thoải mái, thì khi đó thì bọn mình sẽ đánh đúng với thực lực của mình.
因为我们现在成绩不算特别好。但是我们进季后赛，我觉得我们也能像巨兔一样一下课上。
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide.
They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
Hear the chorus of sun and moon, our voices, an untiring hymn against the silence. Do you feel it at last? Long have I circled this world, descending only when the Watchers first stirred. Mark and fracture! I had such hope for you, Void Hunter. Fall to fire! Fall and be silenced. Silence, dreaded herald. Rise with me! Sunfire eternal! Providence! Our dance continues, sun and moon in perfect step. Watch as our enemies are undone. Abyssal vermin, I bar you from the heavens. As night ordains! our ancient flag. This is predetermined. A lunar storm gathers. All in my path shall burn. The eclipse consumes! The moon is stained red this night. Pierce! Ruin! Fall! My eclipse is rageful as righteous! You betray existence! Is it inevitable that our paths diverge, Golden Sun?
Here's an overview of how Coach Comms works. Each team may assign one coach per game, submitted with the starting roster. Coaches can be changed between games. Only a head coach, assistant coach, or analyst is eligible. Sub-players are not allowed. Use of the Coach Comms is optional. Here's how Coach Comms operates during matches. The coach is placed in an isolated room, wearing a soundproof headset to ensure competitive integrity. They may only view the 5-player POVs on stage. No live stream, spectator mode, or external devices are permitted. Each team has 3 Coach Comms uses per game, with 45 seconds per use. Unused users do not carry over. After all users are exhausted, the coach may leave the room. If they leave early, they cannot return. Team members not participating will have access to standard spectator mode for post-game review. Coach Comms has received positive feedback from teams and fans and adds an additional strategic layer to the game. The feature will be reviewed at the end of Split 2. Stay tuned for more updates.
Em nghĩ team em có thể đứng trong top LCP. Team em khá là đoàn kết với lại sức trẻ nữa, càng đánh càng hay. Chúng tôi sẽ có mặt tại MSA.
Tới sẽ cho máy trực tiếp và tới giới thì họ rất là mạnh, thì các em cũng là sẽ cố đặt niềm tin vào nhau để có thể mạnh ra sẽ có những lần trước.
Off the map, they do get the rift herald. The flash encore! It's just too quick. Flag and drag follow up.
Chúng tôi là thời đại mới của LCP.
The mountain charging forward. Doggo is the target. Artemis is getting some damage off. Yeah.
Khi bước up thì bọn mình cần phải đánh với tâm thế nó đầu tiên phải là tự tin đã, và nó cái tâm lý nó thật là thoải mái, thì khi đó thì bọn mình sẽ đánh đúng với thực lực của mình.
因为我们现在成绩不算特别好，但是我们进季后赛，我觉得我们也能像巨兔一样一下课上。
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide, are you?
They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
Just ちょっとかじらせてもらうよ。
Ahoy and welcome back to the LCP. My name is Pike on Air. Join with me tonight is the ever gorgeous Carrix. We are jumping on tonight's series because it is going to be a hot one. But Carrix, it is night 2, week 2 of the knockout stage here at the LCP. We're excited for a big series tonight. But before we even get into that, let's have a look at the overall bracket of what's been going on in the LCP world. Because we can see here, had a good series last night, but it's all about Match 4. It is GAM versus DCG. But have a look at this. Is there any surprises here for you, Carrix?
I still think the biggest surprise was Match 2. DCG getting a 3-0 win over the SoftBank Hawks, sending them out in week 1. Something no one would have predicted a couple of weeks ago.
No, I think it was a big shock. I think there's been such a close competition so far with all of the teams right now, especially this knockout stage where we're seeing the acceleration of Secret Whales, but we're seeing the life come back for these teams. Vikings been good, but now we can see the championship points of all of it. And it is actually Flying Oysters still sitting up pretty good, but Relove DCG, what is going on? What? Hold the phone. MSI, you know what? This actually doesn't make too much sense for me, but you know what? I'm okay with it because we're going to come back to these two teams, and the first one is going to be Relove DCG here, Carrix. This team has been looking hot recently.
They really have. Florin, Pop9, Hongshu, Feng, and Xiaoxi. This team are on a crazy tear. I think there were a few teams that we said, look, these are dark horses. We have to keep an eye on them. DCG was one of them, and they are proving that status. They could go all the way.
Look, I actually think they could go all the way. Like, I think it's one of those weird and scary things that this team has made such a good run, but let's have a look at the competition. It is the second team on tonight's roster. It is GAM, a fierce roster that has been making moves all split long. Kiaya, Draktar, Aris, Artemis, and Taki. Oh, I know you have some thoughts on this one, Carrix.
I've got so many thoughts on GAM. This is a team that has been consistently fantastic in their region. They fought back this split. A lot of people just didn't really give them the respect they deserved. The whole split, it was this narrative about Team Secret Whales and SoftBank Hawks, and GAM just kind of flowing under the radar behind them. When in reality, I think this has been the second best team for so long. They did finish in that second place. This is their first outing in the knockout stage, and I think they're here with something to prove.
Look, I think they are. And if we look at history in of itself, and we look at the last time that these two rosters really showed up together, it was in a best of three, and it went all the way. It went to that third game where it was actually DCG picking up game number 1. And then it was just GAM getting that nice little reverse sweep and working really hard and actually pushing it a little bit more. But let's have a look at our head-to-head, because we wanted to talk about this bot side, but let's look at top instead, because these stats, Carrix, are way too close for my liking.
Yeah, and I think this really does tell a story. When you brought up the first time they played it, I think one big thing that has changed since then is that Kiaya is back. Kiaya has had a rough first split, and starting the second split, as much as he is my favorite player, so I was sort of saying, no, it's just a slump, it's just a slump. And it was. He's gotten back up, he's looking really strong. But over on the other side, Florin has just been great all split. I think this matchup is going to be fireworks.
Oh, look, you have just... This is why we wanted to show you, all the folks at home watching tonight, is that these are the two members on both these sides that have been having exceptional performances. We've seen Florin on these fantastic Gnar picks, but at the same time, Kiai has been landing equalizers, picking up this Jace and punching out as much damage as possible. The Gwen, the Ambessa, it's been making moves on the map. But now, it really comes down to how well they're actually going to line these two teams up, and these players in particular, and take the win. Because, Carrix, it's a best of 5, and we've got our predictions. They're going to come up in just a second. Let's see what we're thinking, because, yes, you and I have very different thoughts. I think we're going all the way tonight, but I think DCG's got it in the bag.
Yeah, I think GAM are the favorite here. I think this is the second place team. DCG, yes, they looked very, very good over the SoftBank Hawks. I'm not going to take that away from them for a moment, but I do think GAM are just in a little bit of a different caliber at the moment. I think I'm giving DCG one game just because I think there's a draft in there. It's a long series. Fearless will happen. I think there's a draft in there they'll find that will get them an early lead and let them snowball. But I've just got to back GAM. I think this team is really, really good.
Oh, look, I totally agree, and that is why I've given GAM the two wins there. That's why I think it's going to go the full 5 distance. Obviously, a quick night's a good night for all the folks at home, but it's never as entertaining as we'd like it to be. So 5 games, I thought we'd give the audience a little bit of love, but I've gone with Relove DCG. Now, Carrix, let me walk you through my thought process. Relove DCG seems to be this team, this entity of unknown quantity that seems to come into series. They sort of struggle at the start. Maybe they don't understand the meta. They're struggling with the picks. They don't understand the flow. But once they start to snowball it and get an understanding, is they seem to be a bit like a rocket ship. And where I think in the second or maybe even third stages of this rocket ship, well into orbit, about to break off the next big part and shoot forward a little bit more, because we saw Relove DCG in Split 1 go all the way to the finals. That is not an uncommon thing for this team. So I think they have a really, really strong potential to shoot through here. I think GAM, they need to be bringing their A game tonight because Real Life DCG have been looking so good up until this point. And I'm excited to see this team really shine, and that's why I've got to give them that 3-2.
And I think that's fair enough. I totally agree with you. If GAM is off their game tonight, DCG will run them over. This is not the point in the split where you can afford to not be absolutely at the top of your game. And that actually can be a factor. This week off that you get for finishing in that top 2 spot, it's a bit of a blessing and a curse. It's a blessing in so many ways. You get to watch what teams are doing. You get an extra week to practice. Those things are all sort of obvious, but where there's that little intangible of you just haven't played for a week. You're a little bit maybe rusty. Maybe you just maybe you didn't practice as hard as you should. I'm not saying that has happened to GAM, but sometimes you do see teams falter for maybe the first game or two when they're coming back after a break. And if you falter even slightly against DCG, as much as I do think GAM is going to win, if they do falter, they could be staring down the barrel of a 2-0, a DCG up 2-0, and that's kind of too late.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that's one thing that we need to be thinking about too when there is this break coming up for these teams that head into the upper bracket. You can only really watch because not many other teams want to scrim you. Obviously, you want to be scrimming the highest possible quality games, so you want to be scrimming the best teams. But when the competition's getting this close to a finals where you are one ticket and one series away from heading to MSI, you do not want to show your hand to these teams. You will be playing more reserved. You will not be taking those scrims because it's not in your best interest to give away your game plan. So I think that's where we saw the really good games last night, where we saw the Rek'Sai top coming back into a little bit of love onto the map. Like we saw these unusual coming back up once again. So maybe we're going to see that again tonight. Maybe we're going to see some unusual ones. Like we do know that there are a couple really interesting champions that GAM in particular likes to pick up. It's like that Shyvana that we have seen. What are the other two? There's a couple other two that are just random flittery ones that just sort of we saw and we were like, why is this here? But why is it working so well?
I mean, I think there's a lot of factors about why things are working so well. I've got to have to think about it a little bit, honestly. Just
Sway. Eris' Sway. That's the one I was thinking of. I was like, that game was absolutely
Eris' Way, yeah. Yeah, true. Eris' Way, he's only played it once, as we sort of looked at before we got going, but that one game that he played was, it was generational. He had massive value. Hui is such an interesting champion in that you can have really flashy performance. If you look over at EU, sometimes Caps will pick it up and you can just stare directly at it and there's no real analysis that's happening. It's like you'll just get a bunch of kills, do an enormous amount of damage. But the champion is so dynamic. And when we saw Aris play it, it was much more of like an enabling supportive pick, despite coming out of the mid lane. Obviously, we do sometimes see Hui in support, but this was in mid. Just really long-range poke, just whittling people down before fights, constantly speeding his engage up. I think RS is someone that sometimes flies a little bit under the radar in GAM. It's really easy to talk about Drakthar. It's really easy to talk about Artemis, but RS has been so impressive. And given that this is a region that has in the past struggled with mid lane talent, the fact that there are potentially 3 VCS mid laners in the top 4 of a region is pretty crazy.
Look, the VCS audience must be having an absolute field day, Carrick, because they are looking just so good right now in Split 2. But you know what, Carrick? It's okay. It's time for the right fist bump. Guys, stay tuned. We got some awesome commentary coming up. We'll see you in just a second.
Feel it before the game even begins. The noise, not pressure, electricity. A region that doesn't wait its turn, doesn't follow the script, where every match threatens to flip. Because here, nothing stays quiet. The pace is faster, the moments hit harder, and if you hesitate, someone else takes it. Anyone can break through, but not everyone can hold it. It's not just about the play, it's the next one. and the one after that. No guarantees, no safe paths, just opportunity for anyone ready to take it. Made for the stage, made for the moment, made for this.
欢迎来到 LCP Arena 淘汰赛第2周第2天的赛程。今天的对决将会由 DCG 出战 GAM。从上周开始，二哥 DCG 俨然成为最后希望，但在他们过关斩将的道路上还有猛将。他们即将要面对到的是越南的胜利之枪 GAM。在目前为止 ，GAM 是1人之上。7人之下，等于是把自己也给算进去了。在面对到如此强敌，谁将会胜出呢？马上欢迎双方选手进场。上路 ，Florent、Kiaya。打野 Pop 9 Tractor。中路 Hongso Ares。下路 Fang Artemis。辅助 Shao C Taki。教练 Refrain Now。至于为什么刚刚说把自己也算进去呢？因为今天2队都得挑战自己，超越自己。赢的人可以向上挑战秘密金鱼，而落败的人则在明天要连续出战。2支战队都好好加油了，比赛正式开始。
Thank you so much, the big bad wolf, Tommy, as we got Tommy squared over here, looking good. Oh, we were almost rolled over there, but GAM second pick here, Carrick, and it is going to be DCG, looking for a little bit more, but wow, what an intro. These two teams looking fierce.
They are looking ready to play, ready to advance to that winners final. Getting very, very close to MSI, and we couldn't be more excited, could we, Pike?
Mate, I'm so excited. I wish I could be right there hugging that Tommy and you, Tommy, at the same time. That's all I dream about every day of every moment. Maybe not that much, but still, we're in for a good night of games. It's a best of 5 again. We're getting ready for that first draft that's going to be coming up any second. Are there any picks you're excited to see in this first game in particular? I know the first one off the top of my lid here, Carrick's Lee Sin.
Yeah, look, Lee Sin is just this ridiculous meta force at the moment. Lee Sin is such an interesting champion. He occupies this space where you have to be incredible at him to play him on a top level, but on the current patch, you don't even need to be that good at Lee Sin. A lot of non-Lee Sin specialist I'm talking about on the scale of pro junglers, of course, who are already very good. A lot of non-Lee Sin specialist junglers are picking this champion, having huge success. He's just that good at the moment. I do expect that. I don't think we see him for the first 3 games. I'm going to be really honest, unless one of the teams just wants to rip the Band-Aid off. I think he'll be on the ban list. The other jungler I want to talk about as we're watching these bans come in is Jarvan. Drakthar gets Jarvan a lot.
Yeah.
Not a lot of, every jungler wants to play Jarvan, but it seems to just get through the bans against GAM because you have to put so much draft real estate into Artemis. We can see 2 ADCs already taken away.
Yeah, well, that's it. That's sort of like the narrative that we will going to delve into a little bit later, but Artemis seems to be left alone a lot of the time. They get Taki onto these sort of roaming supports that can move around the map and be a bit more fluid in where they're actually going. So Artemis seems to draw like the rough end of the stick when it comes for GAM's gameplay, because I feel like it is Drakthar prioritizing a little bit more for Kiaya, giving them a little bit of a lead, but let's break that down later. Draft bans are almost done as the Akali is now taken off the board. Let's see what they're going to take out, because usually you leave the Akali up, the Oriana's already gone, there's that Lee Sin, you called it, Carrix, you're a genius.
I think both of these mid laners do put a lot of priority on the Akali, even outside of just being a counter pick. But now the question becomes, what are we picking? There's two really obvious ones. It's Jarvan and Rumble. Both of the top laners love Rumble, and you do get so much priority. And Xin Zhao being hovered, that would be a crazy first pick. Though Pop 9, he does play it a lot.
Well, this is actually another note, right? And there's the Cassiopeia. Nice little pick up there as well. Pop 9 prefers Xin over J4, whereas Drakthar loves J4 over Xin. So it's one of those matchups that we have seen in days gone past where you will pick up the Xin Zhao to be able to work with a little bit more, but it comes down to what you're more comfortable on. So if Pop 9 likes the Xin a little bit more than the J4, fair enough. Like, you can't worry about that, as there's the J4 instantly locked in. It just makes sense. And there's a Rise also being hovered and insta-locked too for the side of GAM.
Yeah, and look, this does tell me a lot about where GAM is focusing this draft. They've picked up that Rise with the priority first pick, even though you don't necessarily have to rush it. You know that Cassiopeia is already there. It gives away the Rumble. I was talking about this before. Both of the top laners like Rumble. Both of the top laners like being on the front foot. And something to keep in mind is that Kiaya, he doesn't like just picking the Cassante into this. He's faced off against Rumble plenty of times. Every top laner has. He prefers to go a more aggressive pick into it. And I was about to say, and I wish I'd said it first, the Ambessa is what I expect to come through as they lock that away.
Yeah, it's that instant delivery into the back line too. Getting that public execution just means you don't even necessarily have to worry about too much of the equalizer if it gets dropped on your head. So I really like this. I like the flank angles that can come out of this too. J4 being that incredibly mobile jungler too. But now that they're targeting the bans of the AD carries, makes a lot more sense. Taking those high priority picks off. Caitlyn Lux has definitely risen in priority, but remember, Ashe Seraphine is the combo right now. Also, Yanara Lulu, very, very strong. So we got to start looking at these priority picks and whether they get taken off the board. As Bard now taken away from the side, and Taki not going to get too many of those roams out.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see something like Pyke be banned out as well. Just make Taki play in the lane. Karma, of course, as well. I know that doesn't sound like a roaming support. Trust me, in Taki's hands, it is. Could be what comes in, because GAM, both sides are still hiding their bot lane entirely as the Nautilus goes away. I actually really like that ban. DCG are quite low on engage. I think they are forced into an engaged support here. If they pick any, like a Seraphine, maybe you could go Ashe Seraphine, that is still available. Not anymore, because there's the Ashe. You could still go something like the Seraphine, maybe, but I think DCG are going to be looking towards an engaged support, while GAM do have a little bit more freedom in that. They've already got two sources of engage.
I think a big thing, yeah, Lucian, Milio, how did we even forget that? So now this sort of almost forces Sharon to maybe pick up the Milio, but this is a really nice sort of lockdown. They said we take the Lucian, even if Milio is get taken away, and you pick up the Zyra, Rakan, potentially use a combo here to counteract it, you still have a lot of all-in. Like, the CC isn't as big on the side for DCG right now. There's a lot of burst and a lot of slows, so it doesn't fully affect anything from Milio's side of things, but now with the Zyra being looked at, being picked up as well, definitely an interesting one. We haven't seen this locked in as much, so the Rakan makes a lot of sense into a very aggressive bot lane. And look, they're hovering the Yuumi. Look, you could go it, but I think Milio is the correct answer here.
I agree. I like Milio a lot. I think the one thing with Milio is, what are you cleansing? There's not a lot of hard CC to sort of use that Breath of Life on. It's still, I agree with you, as much as Taki's having fun with some harvest. I'd love to see Sona. We never see that pick. I do think he'll end up on the Milio. Yeah, there it is. Lock that one in. Makes a lot of sense. Gives Lucian that extra range. And I just want to focus on this GAM bot lane for just a little bit longer because I'm really excited to see Lucian being given this level of priority. There were a fair few ADC bans, but Sivir was open, and Artemis, I've been watching all split. I love Artemis as a player, but he keeps picking this Sivir that doesn't work. They win games but when he's on it, but it's not necessarily because of him. I don't think the team is super comfortable playing around the Sivir. I don't think he's super comfortable with positioning on it, despite picking it as often as he does. So they come in game one, the Sivir's open, and they don't pick it. GAM, I'm really proud of you. I'm keen to see the Lucian.
Yeah, usually we see those Sivers into like the matchups like the Varus or those heavy pushing as well. So you know what? Yeah, you're right. I am proud of GAM too. I'm kind of tired of seeing Sivers, if I'm being honest. It's just always throwing out boomerangs. It's just cleared so quickly, and I'm like, let's have a bit more like engagement in these fights. Sivir never wants to fight early, but this is a bot lane, both of them that want to be looking for a little bit more. And I'm really excited to see these grand entrances from the Rakan, because something that we haven't really talked about, and me and Logan talked about last night in particular, is with this patch, it's a bit more of a tank engage meta right now in the bot lane. Like, I think the enchanters are slowly being fizzled out. Yes, there's a couple strong ones like the Lucian Milio, the Yanara Lulu still absolutely relevant, but it's these hard engages that can hold these team fights together, and I think Rakan really fits well into that meta.
Yeah, I like that as well. I think the way enchanters are healthy in professional play, in my opinion, and it's just an opinion, is when they're tied to sort of not necessarily one specific ADC, but there's like a type of ADC that they like. You know, it's Lucian Milio. Milio is not super strong, but he's really good with Lucian, so you see it picked up. Ashe Seraphine. Seraphine is not necessarily super pickable everywhere, but with Ashe or even like a Mel, someone with a slow basically, that really enables the Seraphine. While your engaged supports are a little bit more just plug and play. It doesn't really matter who they're standing next to. They don't necessarily have the highest highs that the enchanters do, but they are just good in every draft. It's a little bit more exciting, in my opinion, and there's a bit more engage rather than just scaling up forever. But that's just, you know, that's the way I like to watch League of Legends. I like when there's fights.
Yeah, look, I think you bang on. We love fights. We're both play-by-play caster. Of course we love fights. You can't even lie to me on that one, Carrick. That's the difference. But no, you're right. I think this is a nice difference that we're seeing out of these drafts. Remember, best of 5 series, so fearless means we're going to be losing more and more champions as these teams progress. But like last night, is we got to that third game and it was really Secret Wales just walking away with it. They read the drafts really well and they just walked through. So we'll have to see if tonight's going to be somewhat different or if it's going to be very similar, because it can only go either way. But we're getting ready to go out onto the Rift very shortly. But if you had to pick who wins off this draft right now, Carricks, who do you think's got it?
If I'm predicting just based on the draft, I really like what GAM has put together. I favor them. I think they have a really cohesive team. The priority made sense to me. I think Artemis is empowered. Rise is really good on the patch. Aris is really good on him. I think I favor them, but it's not by a million miles. Both teams, I think, have come in with a very solid game 1 plan.
Yeah, no, I think you're pretty bang on. I am going to... Look, I said it's Reload DCG going to take the series. I'm going to say that they're going to take game 1 too. I think the Rumble is always going to be incredibly relevant, especially in team fights. My only concern is how well Xin is going to be able to make moves moving forward a little bit more. I think it's going to be a bit of a problem. So it's like, how do they get onto this backline when Emilio's there just to sort of cancel out anything? The Crescent Guard's going to have to come in really clutch at the right time to sort of negate a lot of the damage. But at the same time, there is a lot of backup you get with that too. Rakan can dash forward, initiate the fight, Xin follows up, and Zaya's going to be able to sit back pretty far. A lot of safety on this AD carry too, so if they can't get that Feather Storm out, if they can't lock down this AD carry, it's just going to get harder and harder. Fang should have a pretty good performance on this, but we're not going to cast a curse. I'm going to touch wood there and just sort of give it a good tap on my table, because at the end of the day, I think both teams have incredibly strong drafts. I feel like it's more down onto this bot side for GAM that they really need to stand up and perform. Lucian Milio, it's such a good drafted lane. They need to execute it well, though, to get that early lead.
Yeah, and I think this is something we've been sort of talking about between you and me, is where the resources are assigned for this team. Because as much as I agree with you, Lucian Milio, it screams play around me, enable me, try and get me ahead and put me in the position to carry. I think the one flaw in that plan for GAM is that they picked the Ambessa into the Rumble. Ambessa, unlike Cassante, he doesn't win the lane against Rumble, but he loses it gracefully. You don't have to do anything. You don't need to send your jungler up there. Maybe he can cheese something at level 6. We sometimes see that, and that's a huge win for the Cassante. But going the Ambessa has the potential to actually win the game, to win the lane, but you do need to put some resources into it. You can't just let Kiaya farm on his own on Ambessa, because if DCG sends any jungle attention up there, he's super vulnerable under the tower, can just get walked down. I think Drakthar, he's a little bit torn between two places, both calling for his attention. And that could lead to him having to play reactive to what Pop9 does. And I don't think that's where GAM wants to be.
No. Both these teams, they have incredibly similar playstyles. That's the big thing. So neither team wants to be reactive. They both have clear identities of going to these objectives very early. It's actually a stat that I looked up before is if DCG get an early lead, they, at 15 minutes, have a 40% win rate of winning. Now, it's not a huge amount. Like, it's pretty small, actually. So it's one of those things that DCG seem to have a bit of a flip-flop problem where they can get early leads, they can move to objectives fast, but then they seem to drop off or they can't hold those leads. But on the other side, GAM sit at 83.3% for an early 15-minute gold lead. Like, that is double what DCG have. So this is a definitely talking point that we need to address is where these two teams define themselves in this early to mid game.
Yeah, and I think that is going to be what to watch. Which jungler is calling the plays? Who is getting out of the lane first? We have Realm Warp for RS, obviously, so what should be a 2-man play turns into a 3-man play very, very easily. Not as easy to answer that specific interaction from DCG, but at the same time, Milio on the roam, not nearly as scary as a Rakan. If they do decide to just sort of sack the bot lane a little bit, happy to, just let Lucian get going, which is not fun. So... Sorry, I'm just giggling at what we've been told. We'll be getting... Apparently they forgot to swap champions, so we'll be getting into games soon, I'm sure.
Look, I've done it as well. Look, I've gone into some Clash Games characters and I was just like, wait, why am I jungle Shyvana here when I'm meant to be swapping with one of my mates and they're playing Fizz in the mid lane going, bro, how does this champion work? And I'm like, oh man, this is not going to go down well. And then somehow we find ourselves on the losers bracket. Funny about that, but no, we are going to get through this draft very soon, but that's a bit of a funny one. Like, I wonder who didn't swap. That would actually be a really interesting thing to find out. I wonder if production could maybe find that out for us, because that would be a hoot.
I always like trying to figure it out. Sometimes you used to wonder why pauses were happening, and then it would pan out, and one person had a towel on their keyboard. So I was like, I think I know who the problem was.
Something's not right when you're playing with a towel on the keyboard. That's concerning, but no, I think it's an interesting draft, right? I think these two teams. I'd love to deep dive a little bit more, character, into why you think GAM in particular is going to take this series out. Like, we both think it's going to be a fairly close series tonight, but why do you think they are just going to be a little bit closer to the finish line, you might say, or just closer to winning it all?
I just think it was a top and mid lane. I didn't catch what team from though, so I'm still trying to figure it out. But just to answer your question, it's not a really flashy answer. I just think GAM's better. I think they're just a little bit better mechanically. I think they play really, really well as a team. Like, they did come second for a reason, I suppose. I think they've looked really good. They've looked really strong in a lot of matchups. They're also really resilient. But actually, you spoke about how when they initially played each other, which was quite early in the split, DCG won game 1, GAM came back and took the series. They're a resilient team, even if they do lose this game 1, which I don't think they will. I like their draft, but they certainly could. I think they'll be able to bounce back over the course of a 5-game series. The other thing as well is this is a team that's played a lot of knockouts. Back in the BCS, they were this consistent king of the bracket. They always got through playoffs, even when they took a few knocks early. They always came back. They're really resilient. Kiaya is a veteran of the league. I just think GAM are really good. And hang on, are we allowed to mention what just got sent?
I think so. You
apparently, Rumble they're not getting a remake. Rumble is the mid laner, and Cassiopeia is the top laner.
You know what? We've seen that. Actually, you know what? We haven't seen that before. We've seen Cass top. That is something we have seen before, and I know a couple of people that take Cass top every once in a while. But Rumble mid, especially into a Rise, is it's going to be an interesting one. I think that's not boding too well for DCG.
I mean, I think that's really hurt a bit of DCG's plans. And the problem is, of course, is you can't just lane swap it anymore. Like, obviously,
no.
You want the players on the champion, but, you know, I'm sure Florin has a pretty good Cassiopeia. He's good at everything else, so why not? But you can't just walk mid if you're locked in as top because your quest doesn't work. This has thrown a little bit of a spanner in the works.
I wouldn't even say this is a spanner in the works. Someone's just poured gas into it. Yeah, so guys, it looks like we're going to go to a quick break as we just sort of suss out what is actually happening on the stage. So stay with us. We will be back very soon with the first game. It's already looking to shape up as an interesting one, so stay put. We'll be right back.
Em nghĩ team em có thể đứng trong top LCP. Team em khá là đoàn kết với lại sức trẻ nữa, càng đánh càng hay. Chúng tôi sẽ có mặt tại MRA.
Tới sẽ cho máy trực tiếp và tới giới thì họ rất là mạnh, thì GAM cũng là sẽ cố đặt niềm tin vào nhau để có thể mạnh ra sẽ có những lần trước.
Off the map, they do get the Rift Herald. The flash encore! It's just complete flag and drag follow up.
Chúng tôi là thời đại mới của LCP.
The mountain charging forward, Doggo is the target. Artemis is getting some damage off.
Khi bước lên thì bọn mình cần phải đánh với tâm thế nó đầu tiên phải là tự tin đã, và cái tâm lý nó thật là thoải mái, thì khi đó thì bọn mình sẽ đánh đúng với thực lực của mình.
因为我们现在成绩不算特别好。但是我们进季后赛，我觉得我们也能像巨兔一样一下克上。
Hear the chorus of sun and moon, our voices an untiring hymn against the silence. Do you feel it at last? Long have I circled this world, descending only when the Watchers first stirred. Marks and fracture! I had such hope for you, Void Hunter. Fall to fire! Fall and be silenced. Silence, dreaded herald. Rise with me! Sunfire Eternal! Huh. Providence! Our dance continues, sun and moon in perfect step. Watch as our enemies are undone. Abyssal vermin, I bar you from the heavens. Yeah! As night ordains! Silver moon, your blade fulfilled our ancient vow. This is predetermined. Be gone! A lunar storm gathers. All in my path shall burn. The eclipse consumes! The moon is stained red this night. Pierce! Ruin! Fall! My eclipse is rageful as righteous! You betray existence. Is it inevitable that our paths diverge, Golden Sun?
Welcome back, ladies, gents, and all gaming folk who love League of Legends esports. We are back with the first game still of the LCP. It is GAM versus DCG. It's going to be a bit of an interesting one, as we thought it was going to be the Rumble mid and the Cassiopeia top, but no, it looks like it is going to be remade here, Carrix.
Yeah, and look, I as much as it would have been fun to sort of make them play something a little bit unorthodox, I'm glad that the swap has been allowed, because it would have been pretty bad for DCG. You know, Rumble mid is not a complete troll pick. We have seen Chovy play it. Cassiopeia top is not a complete troll pick, but the Rumble is meant to keep the Ambassador down. Like, you know, GAM has like said in their heads, like, look, Kiai, you got to play through that, have fun, and then, oh, wait, actually, you just get to go into a Cassiopeia. You'll be fine. I'm glad it's not going to happen that way. We don't want a game one to be a little bit more silly.
Yes, correct. We've got to keep some form of integrity. Unfortunately, the swap just wasn't there, but we are on the map here, Carrix. Game one is well underway. Hold on.
We're wrong.
We're still wrong. Okay.
No, we've been misled.
The bamboozling continues, Carrix. The bamboozling be here, thick, fast, and dangerous. Florin on the Cass in this top side. There was no redraft where, you know what? I'm cool with it. Let's see if Florin can make it work. Let's see if Hongshu's going to really step up with this Rumble pick in the mid lane. I think they could.
Yeah, I think they can. Look, as we said, Rumble mid is not a complete troll pick. It's really going to come down to how comfortable Hongshu is on it, and obviously how comfortable Florin is on Cassiopeia. This draft is not horrible. Kiaya, probably a little bit upset. You know, he was super ready for the Rumble matchup. He's played it a bunch of times, and now it's like, okay, you got to play Ambessa into Miasma. Have fun, dude.
Yeah, like that's literally what I was going to go with this. Like, yeah, unfortunately, Hongshu's going to have a bit of a rough time, but Florin, yeah, gets poked out quite a bit here. But yeah, you're right. The Miasma, being able to land those little poisonous traps, the fangs are going to be so good. So it's like, I feel like trying to knock Kiaya down a little bit more could be the answer of just picking the Cassiopeia top, but obviously we know it wasn't that obvious call, and Hongshu doing a really good job just saying, guys, I don't think I'm going to have the performance I'm used to having. But yeah, look, this is the damage. Like, if you walk up level 3, Florin will just win these trades.
Yeah, I mean, this is Kiaya fuming a little bit. But still, it does change how things happen. It means that the dive is not as likely. Rumble obviously really excels. You overheat during the dive, you just do a huge amount of damage. Cassiopeia is a little bit different. But we'll just have to see how this plays out. Of course, the lane that wasn't affected is our bot lane, as we have a look here. And this is something we really wanted to talk about, because I do think this series lives and dies a little bit by the bot lanes, but in very different ways.
Tell me about it.
Well, I think the teams just play around star ADCs differently. I think it's fair to say that both of these ADCs are stars. Artemis is a long-time star. Feng has certainly been rising in sort of value, speculative value this split. He's been playing really, really well. But GAM don't typically play around Artemis early on. They play around him late, but they don't like sending a lot of resources bot lane. They like sending their resources to Kiaya, to RS, sort of invading the enemy jungle. And they isolate the bot lane. They force the game to not be played around the bot side, where they know that Artemis is just better in the 1v1. However, with this little draft mishap, I don't know if the ganks are particularly good top, because Kiaya is going to constantly be low. Pop 9, as we can see now, will have priority to play around there. Mid lane as well, you can gank a Rumble, but it's a bit weird in the short lane. So I think Drakthar might be forced to play around bot a little bit more. And when you're talking about a Lucian, that's pretty good. Playing into the Lucian is what you want to be doing.
Has to flash Florin, just cannot handle the fire. There's this cooked snake all over Kiaya. Knew exactly what they're doing. You can see the little smirk there from Kiaya too, being like, got him.
Yeah, can't let that ambassador get on top of you, Florin. The snake don't like it. She doesn't like it. As Hongshu clears out a wave, everything early on, still just saying very, very stable, as really that flash is the only thing of note so far, as Kiaya will TP back to lane.
Double TP.
Couple TPs, yeah. It's so funny. I want to talk about all these things that we sort of set up, but then this draft has happened, and now I just really want to talk about the fact that there's a Cassiopeia top, because it seems so silly, but one of the reasons Cassiopeia has sort of come back in is actually because of mid lane quest, and getting upgraded Swift Marches is really good on Cassiopeia. She loves it, but you can't do it in top lane. You don't get the upgraded boots anymore. You get a TP shield, which is way less useful for you.
Yeah, could mean they could look for the Seraphs, which could be kind of nice if you get that nice little Seraph's Embrace and get a little bit more with it. So potentially that's an angle, getting that extra AP, or at least AP and mana too. So popping those shields will be kind of nice. I think Kiaya still having a really good time. Like, burning the flash out early is always good, but you're right. I think where this game is really going to be decided is towards this bot side. I think mid and top, we keep looking at it, but I don't think we should just be looking at it at all. Let's just see other lanes, see what's going on. As let's take a little bit of a walk down bot side, as it is a little bit more stable. The lanes are looking pretty good. Gold's fairly even. Still no kills on the board at 5 minutes, but Dragon is up and available. It's a chem. Not too bad at the end of the day. It's not the greatest early Dragon, but I think both junglers are here looking at it, so they know to prioritize this bot side.
Yeah, and there it is. The Dragon has been pulled. It was just Pop 9 using it, but there's a Realm War.
Gotta be careful. Ares has caught them out. Equalizer has been dropped. It's actually a really nice equalizer. The Crescent Guard is used. The flash out of Drakthar. Look at the burning of Hongshu. He's going sicko mode. It's all too much as Taki is here. Had to flash to hit them with that little fire kick, but it forced them out. There was more flashes used on GAM's side than there was on DCG.
Yeah, and it came down to Pop 9 got the scuttle, got himself level 6. The Crescent Guard was too much, and there was no real opportunity to fight back for GAM. So early skirmish goes the way of DCG. Kiaya does manage to look away from the gaze.
or public execution does go through, is going to be enough as the energy is low. Florin needs to be careful. He's taking up quite a minion wave. They do need to be careful as Drakthar is waiting in the wings. Krugs just slowly being taken, and I think Florin knows better than to stick around here.
Yeah, definitely suspected that something was coming. That control ward will spot out Drakthar. But in the end, no objective taken. The dragon wasn't there. Ooh, Taki.
Yeah, nice little grand entrance, but gonna bob out a weave and just sort of negate it. Oh, Artemis dashing forward. See if it's going to be good enough, but the culling is now available, so level 6 for Artemis. They have got just that slight CS leads. They're able to hold on a little bit more. Nice route coming out, but look, still no first blood, but a 300 gold lead for GAM right now is not too bad.
No, they're pretty happy about that. Something, of course, is we're not going to get a replay because in the end, no kills actually happened. But Feng did use his flash in that little skirmish. It was a bit of an attempt to get some damage down. So he needs to play reasonably safe. Does have Featherstorm as a bit of a pseudo flash. But still, just needs to be a safe Zaya. And this is... watching this trade is maybe why we don't play Rumble mid into Rise. That's not super fun. And RS is now up about 15 CS. He's done the top laner thing of just like, okay, I guess I just have to go back and get a null magic mantle. That's the Rumble tax. So he's not happy about paying that, but he's done it. So now he can kind of just dominate the lane.
Looking top side, but now the Dragon has been started. Pop9 is waiting in the wings to see if they can go for it. As the Crazy Guard use Equalizer drops really well.
Rejected.
Heading over to Fang. And look at the Dragon, it's still being melted down. If Pop9 can just get to it before it resets, it should be an easy pickup, but a bit of a disaster. GAM, first to the objective, they lost it.
Yeah, really fantastic play from Pop9. We'll have to have a look in the replay because he completely stuffed the play out of Drakthar as Kiaya again getting walked down to the tower. This time there was no Realm Warp. They couldn't bring more numbers in. RS has no access to this fight because he can't walk through. But look at Pop9 here. He never actually got the mark onto Drakthar with the Wind Becomes Lightning. So when Drakthar went in, he just presses the Crescent Guard, flicks him into the team. Nothing Drakthar can do. Super ineffective in the fight. So it's Dragon, it's Grubs. DCG are loving life.
Oh, honestly, absolutely they are. And I think it was just a little bit too much. Drakthar going a little bit too aggressive without the rest of the team. You said it yourself. They weren't able to follow up. The Realm Warp might not have been there, but it was funny that the team was there. I just don't think they were confident. Maybe they don't have the items. They don't have the ability to get in. Maybe it was just Artemis and Taki not in the right position to be able to make that strong skirmish, but really nice work. And I think, and you know what? I don't think I'd ever say this. The Rumble mid is working really well. I think all it needs to do is get to these fights early. Equalizer is up for every single one of these fights. Dropping it on the priority targets. I think Hongshu's having a pretty good game on it, and it's not the worst pick right now. Yes, it's absolutely struggling into the Rise, but we knew that was going to happen, Carrix. But when it comes to team fights, mid always needs to be there first. They have that easier rotations because they do have access to the side lanes better. So I like this. The Rumble mid, it's kind of working because you just want to, but Equalizer, not available to be used, but there's the Realm Warp 2. Eris, just trying to scare him off.
Yeah, it is so funny. Florin, there is a public execution. Needs to be a little bit careful, but I don't think Kiaya is going to go under tower. That would be very bold. But just to go back to what you're saying, the Rumble mid, I agree with you. Obviously, it's not necessarily working in the 1v1 matchup, as you said, but is arriving to fight super early. You're not gated by a teleport as, oh, hang on.
Oh, caught out Drakthar. Just thinking, yeah, maybe we look for a dive here, but a nice pink ward. Florin is reading this map really well.
Yeah, actually it's just a bit of a soul read. Good stuff by DCG to just think, I think Drakthar's probably there. You should have a look. They'll spot out Pop9 as well, so both junglers kind of playing a little bit heads up at the moment. Knowing exactly where everyone is Artemis needs to be a little bit careful because the backs have been cancelled.
Yeah, a little bit of overstep as they're looking for something. Fang walks out of the bush, not really unawares, but yep, pulling it back. Not the end of the world. The Blade Caller not going to land, but still, it's just a bit about that pressure. And I love this interaction that you get, is you get to go into that back and still clear. It's so helpful in these lanes.
Yeah, it's one of those things that I think sometimes people forget that that's part of the Xayah Rakan duo bonuses, even though I think at this point it's probably the most impactful. The fact that he's able to just clear out that entire wave and just save 6 seconds of his recoil. Oh my god, Kiaya!
Straight on in as the Petrifying Gaze does hit, but it's still hitting minions. The tower's not going to be enough as Florin, holding on just a little bit longer, needs to stay alive just for that split second too. It has to back out, but still being able to hold on a little bit more as Eris being hit with the Equalizer. Pop9's here, Xiaoxi trying to join the party, but could not get there in time. It's too short of a lane, Carrix.
Yeah, the Ghost able to get him out of their Equalizer, just not as powerful when you have all that slow resist. Florin TP's back top. We're not going to get a replay of it. It's such a shame because Kiaya read Florin like a book there. Actually just didn't even point the public execution at him, knowing that he dodged. You don't dodge based on where the line is. You dodge based on Ambessa stancing up, because if you dodge based on the line, it's too slow. So he just read him and was like, he's going to dodge down. So he put it down, got him, got a huge amount of damage, popped the tower plate, crashed the wave in. Kiaya looking a little bit fancy.
Oh, well, this is why Kiaya is one of our top leading contenders for player of the match. Like, there is a reason they have been looking so on form all split long. So absolutely makes sense that they're going to be able to read these just as well. Now, the big question is, can Florin handle that? That's the big question on our lips. And me personally, I think the Ronin's got this. I think the Cassiopeia, yeah, new meta, guys, we're doing this. Is Xiaoxi roaming up topside?
Yeah, he's just there. He doesn't have to be bot. Oh, Artemis.
Artemis has to flash, does use the Culling too, but Hongshu is going to be able to get away just quickly enough, and Eris is going to use that Realm Warp to get down. Might not be too long for the world. Great flash. Hongshu able to dodge it out, and for a flash, for a Culling, a flash, a barrier, that's definitely concerning for GAM. They're sort of just grasping at straws.
Yeah, they've definitely been thrown off by these moves from DCG, but Drakthar is lurking, looking for Florin.
He has flashed though.
Yeah, but he wants to look forward.
Flashes forward. It's going to be enough. The Cataclysm has been used. Florin, Miasma, he's already gone down, but still as well. It's just too much. Drakthar picking up their first kill of the game. The Petrifying Gaze not going to land. Beautiful little stutter step. And now the Dragon on the other side, DCG, they lose one member, but they take a drag.
Yeah, and I think you take this, honestly. You're happy enough to just lose your top laner, give that up. And of course, now that the quests are starting to complete, have a look at the replay and then I'll go back to this point. Because what Kiaya does here is really smart. A lot of people will say, oh, don't like jump forward. They'll run away and then I won't be able to get a gank. But Kiaya is just repping that he's clearing the wave here. Because he's been doing it back and forth the entire time. A little bit of an ugly flash by Drakthar, but it works out in the end. And yeah, lovely turnarounds on the Petra. Hello!
Right topside, Kiaya is just getting minced up, but it was Xiaoxi that picked up their kill. Couldn't give it over to Hongshu. Florin's having a bit of a smirk on that, being like, oh, come on, my guy. But Xiaoxi, they know how to make these kills work. They've had them before, and they'll do it again. So still a nice pickup.
Totally is. And of course, now that what I was going to say before we went to that replay is the quests are finished now. So Florin and Hongshu can go where they want to go. I mean, in terms of the champions, it's obviously a little bit different because of the player, but in terms of the champion, they get that flexibility back. They're not sort of locked into weird lanes. So Florin on the Cassiopeia can just walk around with RS. They'll farm back and forth. The strength of the Rumble in the side lane is going to be recognized. Kiaya goes back to being a little bit sad as, yeah, Rift Herald just goes down. I mean, so far, Pop9 is everywhere.
Oh, look, Pop9 doesn't even need to really be at these fights in particular. Like, he is very happy just to be walking around and securing objectives because at the end of the day, that's what wins games, Carrix. It's not all about the kills. Yes, jungle and map pressure is so important and it's an epitome part of the game, but Pop9 has every single objective right now on the board. It's only 16 minutes, and with another Dragon up in 3 minutes' time, we're getting another Cloud Soul too. It just means the movement out of this DCG lineup is going to be looking so good if they can get to them first, and they've got the nice little power spike right now. It's only a 1k gold lead, but they're looking pretty on form. It's a bit interesting considering the draft.
Yeah, look, I think the draft seems to have thrown GAM off just as much as it might have thrown off DCG. They have not
right,
necessarily. Yeah, because if you look at it, there is individual gold leads in both of the draft affected areas, right? The mid and the top lane, there are advantages. Kiai is in a lot of trouble. I think he's dead.
Yeah, look, he's going to have to try and slash and dash his way out, but no, Equalizer does drop. There's only so much energy. You're just going to dive this one out. Public Execution off to the backside, but an easy pickup. That's the kill Hongshu was really after. Now the Rift Herald being summoned top tide. Let's see if they can go for a little bit more. Miasma does go out, trying to get that Dragon Strike off. It's not going to be able to hit too much without the flag going down, but should be first tower going over. The Cataclysm is there. Great Petrifying Gaze. There's the Grand Entrance to follow. Eris is burning down, but it's 4 members strong. Florida's holding on like a champion, but it's not going to be enough. And now Xiaoxi has to be careful, but it took so many members of this GAM lineup. And look at a tier 2 for DCG. The acceleration is on point.
Yeah, GAM are desperate. They're panicking. I really think they're panicking. They force that bot lane play. I think as soon as you see that Xiaoxi is there, you just kind of call that off. You crash the wave. But they just go for it anyway, despite knowing that there's a Petrifying Gaze and the Grand Entrance with the quickness. Yeah, they end up getting Florin, but it takes so long. It takes so many resources that there's no one responding to top. They didn't send RS up there either. This is now a really, really strong Xin Zhao, and that's who I sort of want to focus on, because obviously Rumble was also benefiting from the play, but Rumble was already strong. It's Rumble. But Pop9, they put a lot of resources into this. They first picked the Xin Zhao. They said, this is the most important champion in the game to us. And yeah, so far, it really is. Pop9's looking fantastic, and coming into this series, one of the reasons I was like, I'm really big on GAM here is because I think the junglers, hang on.
Nice little pull as there's the Grand Entrance too, but I think Xiaoxi says, Fang, you're a little bit too low, let's just back out of there. But nice little pickups there. We did see the Breath of Life being taken out from Taki too, so getting that nice little cleanse on it. Nice little shield too with the Cozy Campfire, going to keep them alive. But again, that's also the power of the Lucian Milio, is it's so hard to deal with.
Yeah, I totally agree. But just to finish that point, I thought the jungle matchup was going to be really important, but I thought Drakthar was just going to get the better of it. I've been really impressed with him this split. So far, I'm looking a little bit silly because Pop9's going crazy this game. He's calling the shots. He is first to every play. He's got an individual lead. That's a little bit less important in the matchup, but he just seems to have Drakthar's number today.
Why is Drakthar up topside when Dragon is literally being taken on spawn once again by Pop9? And there's the culling coming out. Fang taking a lot of damage. Same with Xiaoxi as Eris is actually going forward. Dragon is secured. They were hovering down that bot side for a reason. Now they can just sort of back off. They lose the tower up and the tier 1 up topside, but it's not the end of the world. It's okay, Xiaoxi. All right. I like the aggression, but you need to calm down, my guy. Because now they're looking at this tier 1 in the mid lane too. GAM trying to put that heat on a little bit more, but they are just resetting out. And again, the gold lead it isn't huge, but it feels like there's just so much more control from DCG.
Well, but it's the 3 little pictures under the gold lead that really matter, right? You sort of were talking about it. Why was Drakthar top? Because they can't fight without RS, right? If RS is top, they have to not play around it. They need the rise. They need that sort of AoE damage that comes from this mid lane pick, and he doesn't have teleport. Neither of the mid laners have teleport, but Rumble is a lot happier just as, that mid lane tower is about to fall over. So that will balloon the gold lead just a little bit. But as we were sort of saying, these teams have very similar playstyles. They love playing early. They like snowballing early leads. They don't necessarily want to fight back from behind. They can do it. They are capable teams, of course, but in general, that's not their play style. And the fact that DCG are sitting on Soul Point means that every 5 minutes, they're going to assess the situation. They're going to go, is this a good fight for us? No. Let's threaten Baron instead. And they can just do that over and over again. And GAM have to play to the beat of their drum. And GAM are going to hate that.
Well, you said it right at the start, as GAM does not like to play reactively. They like to be on the front foot, and it is DCG sort of setting the pace and saying, you guys need to step up to where we are. If you don't, you're going to suffer, and we're starting to see that a little bit. The gold lead's still only 400 now. It's a very close game, 3 kills to 2, but it's still enough where these small objectives that are being picked up for the side of DC are going to start stacking. I talked about how these towers were taken already very convincingly, but if you look at the other side, it's still only 1 tier 1 up and available for GAM, and it's that bot tower. So this was just that dominance of Artemis, but it's still a slight gold lead heading over for Fang, but it's not the end of the world. But as this game goes on, it's going to get harder and harder to kill Fang. That's the big question. Like, how do you take out this Xayah who can just go up into a Featherstorm and you can't do anything?
Yeah, the one thing to keep in mind, of course, you can't get out of the Jarvan ult super easy with Featherstorm. You can nullify a lot of the damage, but you're still in the cage. At least, so
you can get out.
Something.
I think if you Featherstorm, you just float over, but it's not easy.
Yeah,
it's
not easy. It's more what I should have said. You're right. You can get out if you're sort of on the edge of it, but we'll have to see if they can land. I agree with you though. It does get really hard to kill Fang. That is the power of Xayah. Xayah's been creeping back into the meta, which I'm really happy about. I love this champion. I think metas are always good when Xayah is playable. And they don't necessarily have like that sort of second string engage. If you go in with the Cataclysm, she Featherstorms that. What's the follow-up? Is it just a raw public execution? That's pretty hard. Tricky stuff for sure for GAM, but the gold is still close. The Artemis as well is incredibly strong right now. He's at 2-item Lucian. He has the Milio empowering him. I wouldn't be surprised to see DCG give up the next dragon. I actually think they might not, depending on how GAM plays it. Of course, GAM have just not been playing towards Dragon. You'd think that would change for the Soul Fight, but we'll have to see. But I wouldn't necessarily blame DCG for just being like, yeah, we'll give up 1 Dragon. Who cares about 1 Dragon? We'll fight when Xayah's 3 items, where she probably just outdamages the Lucian.
Yeah, it's actually really funny. We saw it last night where we did see one team get the 3 dragons, get to that soul point, and then they just said, do you guys want this? Because we'll just go take the Baron. And that's exactly what Secret Worlds did. They just went and took the Baron. And it was an easy pick. And then they said, okay, we'll just run the game a little bit more from here. They got a bigger gold lead. I think it went up by like 2,000 or 3,000. And they're like, okay, now we'll go pressure the Dragon once again. Oh, wait, no, let's just go Baron once more. And they did it again. And then they just took it and then they ended the game off it. So it is one of these little plays that you have to be so careful of, where we haven't seen Drakthar making the right moves to these objectives. They're down about, wave stats about 2 or 3 waves, is quite a few camps. So now the question is when does Drakthar start to make that big impact?
And I mean, that is the question, because so far he just hasn't really done it. This is 10 seconds on Dragon. We have no vision.
Yeah, they need to be very careful. They will be walking into a snake pit, if you ask me. There's Drakthar as well. Slowly being looked at. Florin trying to chase him out. Shousty on the backside too. The warding and the vision is just so good. And maybe at this point, do they just commit? You can see Ares is down on this bot side. We're getting the TP play coming in. They're looking at this mid tower. They're looking to turn it onto Ares. He's been caught out. Why is he all alone? It's Fang picking up the kill. The Dragon Soul should be easily picked up. Public execution. The culling too, but he goes golden. He's able to stay alive just a little bit longer, but is Hongshu going to be able to hold out the fire? He flushes the wall, he survives. They take the tier 1, but now it is DCG. They got the soul, they have the movement speed. This is a snake unleashed with the speed. 1 boot in tow is all they need. Taki needs to be so careful because Florin will just run you down. The flash over the wall, you are between a rock and a snake, and that is not the kind of snake you want to be fighting, especially rock as Artemis. He's waiting in the wings. Fang needs to be careful. Does have the Featherstorm available. Going to go up into the air, holding on. It's Fang picking up the kills. It's all too much. DCG, they get the soul, they get their kills, and now they're staring down a Baron.
And it turns out this draft just works because apparently they're just sick on every champion in the game. I mean, DCG, they get soul, they get Baron, they're going to get game 1.
This is, considering that they went in and then forgot to swap champions, you know what? Was this just like a bit of drama and a bit of bait? Did they actually intend to play Rumble mid and have this really strong mid lane presence in early rotations? Like, is Pop9 actually just the GOAT for reading this draft so well and going, okay, I just win this, guys, don't stress. I'll just be at every dragon on spawn. But here's the replay of Arash just getting caught.
Yeah, RS just stepping up way too far, fails the flash over the wall, and as soon as he's dead, there is no hope for the fight. They try and collapse onto Hongshu, and the damage is good, but it's really not enough. I think they also thought that that tower was going to die to the first auto. It doesn't. It actually ends up getting 2 or 3 shots off. We come back to live.
Execution is being used. Is it going to be enough as Pop 9 does get taken out? There's the Petrifying Gaze. It's all too much as Fang is on a rampage looking for more.
Aris,
and it's all too much. Hongshu's picking up Aris as well. Taki trying to keep them at bay. A double kill for Fang. 5-0-2. Florin is chasing underneath this tower. This is where they could look to walk down mid, at least take the inhib as well. But GAM just did not have an answer to any objective. 4.5k gold lead here, Carrix. And this is DCG just looking so good in this first game.
And I mean, DCG are just running them down. I think RS, he went for this rise, and I mean, I think the pick made some sense, no chance.
This is too much. No, please. No, you know what? I'm going to take it, Carrix. It's all good because you can see it is going to be J4. It's Drakthar trying to hold on, but they have the Baron empowered minions. That is the Nexus already open. 27.5 minutes. They didn't even get the picks. Look how chuffed they are because they knew, why did we win that game? Maybe it's a hand stiff, but DCG taking game 1 incredibly convincing with a very questionable draft. And Carrix, what a game.
I mean, DCG are showing that it wasn't just that SHG were on a downswing. They are truly on an upswing. And look how happy they are in this one. That wasn't a close game. They flattened GAM.
Yeah, I actually think, yeah, it really was like that. GAM just didn't have any response. They had to play literally so reactively so early on. And there you can see the team's giving Hongshu so much love just purely because they're like, he's probably like, I don't know what Rumble does, man. You just use a flamethrower? Like, is that what I'm trying to get done? But this is the testament to exceptional players, Carrix. They can pick up champions and just make it work and build the draft and build the game around how they're going to play it too. So really big props to DCG. It's something we haven't seen in a very long time, and they made it work. Let's look at the scores, and Florin just still mopping the floor. What Rise was just irrelevant that game because Hongshu, we know it's a bit of fake damage. It's only the flamethrower, but when Rise had so much dominance in the early, was up the lead for so long, this shouldn't have been allowed to happen.
Yeah, no, it really shouldn't have. RS just fell apart in team fights. He was off in the side lanes for a lot of that mid game, which makes sense. That's where he's meant to be, but he never impacted team fights, was just getting caught out around Dragons. Pop 9 was calling every play. We start even just from here, just completely owns Drakthar in that fight. Like, he was just Drakthar's father in that fight. Pop 9, I mean, if he keeps this up, it'll be a player of the match for him and probably a 3-0 win for DCG. Because GAM, you can't have a jungle diff like that.
No, you really can't. And you talked about at the very start of the night is where Drakthar is a lot of GAM's sort of, maybe not credibility, but where their sort of proactivity has started to shine a lot more. And this is a very different player that we're seeing. Like, they're trying to make these proactive plays, but yeah, they pick up a kill there, but they still lost so much on the top side too. Like, they took a 4-man dive and lost 2 towers up top. And then this was just players getting caught out. Yeah, the failed flash is just not what you want. It wasn't a kill-heavy game, Carrix. That's the thing we have to really point out. It was a low kill count, but that's what we're starting to see a little bit more out of the LCP. It's a little bit more reminiscent of the LCK. They're a bit more calculated. They're waiting. They're biding their time. They're getting the items. They're getting the early objectives without people realizing, and then they pull it on a dime. You can even see here, this was that final sort of split fight. The Cataclysm went down for Drakthar, but that's just a big target for Hongshu with that equalizer, and then they just clean up.
100% they do. They just run them down. Taki just has to try and play, come get me, woo, come get me instead. And it does, I mean, it works in the sense that they don't all immediately die, but they do just immediately lose the game. So I guess much of a muchness. Game 2, I mean, GAM, you can go back to the drawing board because you just got cleaned up and they weren't even on the champions they wanted to be on.
Yeah, that makes it even worse. It's like you've just been cleaned up by someone drawing with a permanent marker on a like a wall. That's pretty rough. That's not even cleaning. That's called graffiti. So I don't know what GAM's gonna have to do in this next series, but guys, stay tuned. We have a game 2 coming up very soon. We're gonna have to see if DCG can keep this streak going or if GAM are gonna flip the tides. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Here's an overview of how Coach Comms works. Each team may assign one coach per game, submitted with the starting roster. Coaches can be changed between games. Only a head coach, assistant coach, or analyst is eligible. Sub-players are not allowed. Use of the Coach Comms is optional. Here's how Coach Comms operates during matches. The coach is placed in an isolated room, wearing a soundproof headset to ensure competitive integrity. They may only view the 5-player POVs on stage. No live stream, spectator mode, or external devices are permitted. Each team has 3 Coach Comms uses per game, with 45 seconds per use. Unused users do not carry over. After all users are exhausted, the coach may leave the room. If they leave early, they cannot return. Team members not participating will have access to standard spectator mode for post-game review. Coach Comms has received positive feedback from teams and fans and adds an additional strategic layer to the game. The feature will be reviewed at the end of Split 2. Stay tuned for more updates.
Em nghĩ team em có thể đứng trong top LCP. Team em khá là đoàn kết với lại sức trẻ nữa, càng đánh càng hay. Chúng tôi sẽ có mặt tại MSA.
Tới sẽ cho máy trực tiếp tại thế giới thì họ rất là mạnh, thì GAM cũng là sẽ cố đặt niềm tin vào nhau để có thể mạnh ra sẽ có những lần trước.
Off the map, they do get the Rift Herald. Oh, the flash encore! It's just too quick. Flag and Drake follow up.
Chúng tôi là thời đại mới của LCP.
The mountain charging forward. Doggo is the target. Artemis is getting some damage off. Yeah.
Khi bước up thì bọn mình cần phải đánh với tâm thế nó đầu tiên là tự tin đã, và cái tâm lý nó thật là thoải mái, thì khi đó thì bọn mình sẽ đánh đúng với thực lực của mình.
因为我们现在成绩不算特别好。但是我们进季后赛，我觉得我们也能像巨兔一样一下课上。
Hear the chorus of sun and moon, our voices, an untiring hymn against the silence. Do you feel it at last? Long have I circled this world, descending only when the Watchers first stirred. Marked and fracture! I had such hope for you, Void Hunter. Fall to fire! Fall and be silenced. Silence, dreaded herald. Rise with me! Sunfire Eternal! Huh. Providence! Our dance continues, sun and moon in perfect step. Watch as our enemies are undone. Abyssal vermin, I bar you from the heavens! Yeah! As night ordains! Silver moon, your blade fulfilled our ancient plan. This is predetermined. Be gone! A lunar storm gathers. All in my path shall burn. The eclipse consumes! The moon is stained red this night. Pierce through it! Fall! My eclipse is rageful as righteous! You betray existence. Is it inevitable that our paths diverge, Golden Sun?
Welcome back. It's the game 2 here, Carrick. You know what? I planned the turn in my head, but I didn't actually plan what I was going to say. I was like, I'm just going to turn here. And then, you know what? It looked cool. I don't know. We'll leave that for the audience to decide. But Carrick's game 2, DCG took game 1 very convincingly with a very questionable draft. Do you think they're going to do it again? Are we going to see more top laners in the mid lane? Are we going to see more mid laners in the top lane? What do you think?
I think we might see top laners in the top lane. At least that's what I'm hoping we see. But that said, it worked out. I think they were happy enough with how it went. DCG just looked dominant.
Look, and you got to give it to the hands, right? It wasn't so much about like the champions themselves. It was just Hongshu feeling good. They knew they had to take the L early on and just said, all right, we'll just give a little bit of love to the Rise. But like I said, mid-cast, it was all about how quickly does this Rumble get to the fights. I think a big thing that we never talk about is when you have top laners brawling it out, especially like a Rumble Cassante, it's always Cassante trying to keep the Rumble from leaving the lane and putting that pressure on. So you never see the Rumble being super aggressive and being at team fights early, but it was a Rumble mid. They don't really have that same sort of pressure. They're not sort of bound to the lane anymore. They can just walk away and drop an equalizer, and then it's just going to do the damage. And it changed the dynamic and the speed of the game to such a dramatic extent that I think GAM were just like, what do we do? Like, I'm not used to seeing an equalizer at like 5 minutes, guys. This is freaking me out. So, look, we'll have to see what they're going to pull out, but we've got a game 2. It is fearless, which means we've lost those champions now, so we're not going to see the infamous Rumble mid on Hongshu anymore. We might have to see it on Florian in another series another time, but game 2, Lee Sin's still available. We still have champions like the Orianna, the Varus. We still have Zeri Yumi, which is still a combo. Yanara Lulu. We got so much possible. Ashe Seraphine is still up, characters. There's so many potentials, and we're both so excited to see them.
100%. There is so much depth here, and it's so interesting that Game 1 just didn't take a huge amount off the board. It took a couple of junglers out. The Xin Zhao, of course, Pop9 had a fantastic performance. Won't be able to go to that super comfortable champion again. But still, overall, I think he's really deep as a player. There's so much more, as you said, Ashe Seraphine, Zeri Yumi, all of these things still available. The Sivir for Artemis, as much as I might not want to see him pick it, it's still there. It's still available. It's crazy because it's hard to like look at individual matchups after game 1 outside of the bot lane where Feng just ran over.
Yeah, Fang was driving some sort of monster truck, maybe a jet plane or something. I'm not sure what they were really trying to pilot, but they made it work and they made it look good. So throwing out the Xayah Rakan, especially early in a best of 5 series character, means you have so much more of those higher priority champions up and available. You still, like we've already talked about, there are so many more. Even Jin might make another appearance here, but you know what? It's not the one we like to see too much of as we see more bands coming in. The Ori, the Nautilus, Lee Sin taken off the board, Varus, Nocturne as well. Not too shabby, if you ask me. I have to see what this final ban is going to be. Most likely an Ezreal, I would probably say, because you do not want to give Artemis this Ezreal. 75% win rate right now on this champion. I think they just need to ban it.
Yeah, Ezreal, maybe that's game 5 kind of thing comes through, but it's open. I think we first pick it.
Yeah, maybe that's what they were looking for.
Ezreal.
Yeah, look, and yeah, GAM chose to go first pick, so it was going to be DCG looking for that blue side. And yeah, there's the Ezreal. Okay, they did not ban it, so they gave it. Maybe they've got a plan for it, because Bard is also still up and available.
Yeah, Bard is still there. Karma is also still available. I think there's a lot of options here for Taki. Could go something like a Pike and you just abandon the Ezreal. Just a lot of options. I'm really excited to see Artemis on this one, but of course DCG, they'll take the Karma for themselves pretty happily.
Yeah, Karma's still a very strong pick right now. It's going to be good with a little bit of extra poke in there too. There's the Pantheon being locked in. Now, we have seen this been flexed around, being moved into a couple positions too, but Pop9 loves these aggressive junglers, loves the big map global pressure, so I really like this pick for them. There's the Bard. We sort of called it. It sort of made sense. If there's no Karma available, you lock in the musical. What is Bard, actually? What's his title? What is he?
He's a caretaker, is his title.
Yeah,
the Wandering Caretaker.
Yeah. I love that. Do your best Bard impersonation right now. I'll do it. There you go. You're welcome, everyone. That's... Yeah. Whenever we see Bard do a good play on his talking now, it's just us talking to him in his native tongue. But now as well, Aris as well looking to pick up that Jace, but that could be going top, could be going jungle too. We've seen so much pressure of it in the jungle, so maybe this is going to be a Drakthar special.
Yeah, I mean, the Jace has been going back in the jungle, as you said, but both of the top laners in this series do really like playing the Jace. Kiaya plays a lot of it. Getting it away from Florin as well makes a lot of sense. Just a strong series pick, in my opinion, as it'll be the Jhin. So Feng having to go to a bit of a different gear this time. Definitely not as expected to carry.
Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting one. I guess they're looking for that nice little front to back too, where they know and trust Pop9 is probably going to be moving really far forward. Same with Xiaoxi, who's going to be up in their faces trying to hit those mantra Qs. So going to be an interesting one as to whether the Jin's going to get the same amount of damage. I feel like it's one of those champions that it's a bit feast or famine characters that either pops off really hard and just half healths your entire team with like one single bullet, or they're going to be struggling and really just need to scale into the late game, get those 3-4 items, and then really start to pop off there too. But next ban's coming off the back. It is going to be a Scion and a Trundle being banned.
Yeah, just taking away that Trundle, that is a sort of pick that's been creeping back in. It's just such a simple champion, but it gets such huge results. So not too surprised to see that. Just taken off. Don't need to do anything too special, really. As Annie taken away as well. More of a Hongshu pick than an RS pick, but could have definitely worked in this comp. What would be the final ban here? I think it should be another top laner. Take something away from Florin. Maybe the Gnar could be taken away.
Yeah, you could look at the Gnar. Yeah, Yorick is another really strong pick. It's one of those side lane pressure bullies that is just going to be forcing you to react at all times. But now it comes down to, what do they want to lock in here? Do you want to be looking more at your mid lane, which again makes a lot of sense. The Aurora is really strong. Ari is also still up and available too. You have champions like the Twisted Fate that could make a resurgence. Talia is a big champion of pick, especially with the Pantheon. But nope, they lock in the Aurora. I like this pick. The Between Worlds, really, really strong team fight. And insta-locked the Vi Ari. I am here for it. So it is a Jace top.
Yeah, I think that does make sense. Kiaya likes the Jace a lot. Just taking that one away. Vi Ari, obviously a crazy combo. Not one that Aurora has a lot of great counterplay into as well. She's a slippery champion, but you have a lot of counters to slipperiness when you have Vi Ari. So I like what GAM put together here. I think this is a really cohesive comp. You've got great poke with Ezreal and Jace, and then you've got fantastic sort of the immediate engage. I like what they've put together.
Yeah, I really do too. I love that Vi statistically is actually one of the highest picked rate champions in the jungle right now too. It's up there with like your Zins, your J4. So it's this really strong pick that loves to just get in and get a little bit dirty, especially into a low mobility bot lane like a Jhin. So the shields are going to have to come in clutch, be able to stop this Vi from entering into the backline. But with the Cassante being picked up for Florin, I really like this. I think this is one of those champions. For Florin in particular, they love to do damage. So putting them on a tank and being that big front line, I think will be a very interesting, different dynamic for this player.
It is. It is a change. He will sort of allow Kiaya to set the tempo a little bit. That can be risky. It really can be. I think Florin obviously prefers to go the other way. But at the same time, Cassante, look, we've seen the consistency of this champion. He is pretty much always good. He just fits into everything. You don't have to put any resources into him. Pop9 can play around his mid lane. He can try and have Jhin get involved around sort of early jungle, or early dragons is sort of what I'm talking about more. Look, overall, I think DCG's comp makes sense, but I still just think the combos of poke from Jason Ezreal and then... Oh, Fang, silly. But he'll be all right. He'll still be there in plenty of time.
But no, you're right. I think it's going to be an interesting one. I think one point of note is, how do you keep Fang alive long enough to deal damage? I think that's going to be the big question, because you got big shock blasts out of Kiaya. You got a Vi Ahri that's going to be able to just dash around and do so much damage too. Even Ezreal Bard is going to be able to throw a little bit more and keep them at bay too. So I worry that frontline might not be the biggest answer, but you get a lot of big shields for Xiaoxi's Karma. So maybe that's going to be a point of difference. We're just going to have to see how it is played, because, yeah, I do worry a little bit for DCG in this game. But after that first game one, they might just flip the script again and show us why they are looking so good tonight, as already a heal and a barrier burned out of Taki and Artemis in this bot lane.
Yeah, forced back early on, just... I mean, it's not too surprising. It's Karma. It's that sort of... I mean, Bard is ranged, but not as strong early, at level 1 as Karma, because walk up, hit you, and big mantra Q. So yeah, look, this is not too surprising. They're going to be forced back. It's not going to be a really fun first 4 levels, but once you get to level 3, level 4, GAM will be fine in bot lane.
Yeah, I'm never worried. I'm never too concerned. I'm chill as a cucumber. No, I'm not, Carrix. I'm nervous. I'm stressed out. Everything's scaring me, but it's nighttime, so that makes a lot of sense. But still, we're looking at these lanes. We're only 2 minutes in. It's pretty stock standard gameplay. Nothing too heavy. Big trades. Not really of note, but you're going to clear this one out. Doing a really nice job for Fang, just clearing these through, burning through a lot of mana. So clearly they might be looking for a strong reset as we're waiting for that next big wave to come. It will be that cannon wave. So this is usually where you could look for a bit of a cheater recall in this bot lane too. So maybe they're going to look to shove this one in, reset, buy a little bit, maybe a cull so you can farm up a little bit more and see what's possible. But across the map, if you had to put a prediction, do you think Kiaya has the moves on this Jace to be able to take it to Florida? Okay, Hongshu getting looked at by Aris. Okay, being very, very low. And they do back out. Wow, Ahri doing some damage.
Yeah, Charm lands, and if that happens, you just sort of chunk them out for free. Well, not for free. You have to hit the Charm, obviously. As Drakthar just lurking around. Does spot a lot of DCG as they put a huge amount of resources into just making sure that bot lane scuttle works out, even gets a bit of damage onto Hongshu. But to go back to your original question about the Jace, I think Kiaya's Jace has been really on and off. I think statistically it's actually been like quite bad, but it's been bouncing back in the recent few weeks where I think Kiaya has been massively stepping up his performance. So I do think he's got the moves. We'll have to see if he can deliver on it. Early on, he's chunked out Florin, he interrupts the back. He's being annoying.
Yeah. No, fair enough. We're looking at the stats. Kiaya does have a 50% win rate on the Jace. It's off 4 games, so clearly had 2 good wins, maybe a couple more as another charm hits, and didn't stop the cannon from being taken. That's a little bit rough, as you want to look to disrupt that, especially in Aurora trying to keep up in CS, and actually now just slightly ahead in CS. That's a bit of a disaster too. Cannons, very important in these games.
That they are, but you know, it'll happen more as RS gets stronger and stronger when those charms land, and it's not just denying cannons, it's potentially denying life. Obviously, pretty terrifying stuff as Xiaoxi does get a binding onto Taki, but look at all those little copies just ready to be picked up. Is that what they are in that skill?
Yeah, I love it. This Fang taken very low. Cancelled out quite a few autos there as the flash goes forward. Taki could not hold on long enough. Xiaoxi, it's too much. Artemis gets the kill and picks up Fang. Oh, did not expect the damage.
Just doesn't see that coming at all. He goes down. This is GAM looking incredibly strong early as it's just a raw 2v2 kill.
Absolutely
unacceptable.
Unacceptable. Oh, damn. Okay. Brutal. Look at all
Let's
these
have a look
cancelled
at what
autos.
happened. Yeah, it is a lot of cancelled autos. It was just a shift forward from Artemis, a recognition that Jin simply doesn't have the damage. Once he's out of shots, he can't threaten Taki. Artemis just walks under the tower, doesn't care. He'll be happy with that. Comes back to lane with a Sheen and a Tear to just 2 longswords. I said that, you know, around level 3, level 4, it was going to swing back for GAM, but I didn't quite mean it like that.
Yeah, and a big lead, especially with Artemis does have a 75% win rate on this Ezreal pick too, so they clearly know their way around this champion well, and that fight was a clear sign that they do. And now with the first dragon being up, it is a mountain. Both teams looking at it with quite a bit of gusto, you might even say. It depends on who's going to get there first to be able to do the most damage and start it up. But Drakthar is here, looking to hold on, but Xiaoxi posturing very aggressively. They're looking at Taki, trying to get the slows off. Drakthar going onto the back line. Fang taking a bit of damage. They need to be careful as it's 4 members strong for GAM. Let's see if they can hold on. Pop9 use the shields, but Fang overstepped once again. Artemis able to pick up that kill. Pop9 not long for the world. Between worlds is being used, but it's at the wrong time too. Hongshu picks up the kill. They're low. They're going to be able to do the weirding and hopefully just get out of dodge, but maybe they'll look for a bit of a weird execute. They can't get away too far. They're trying to give the kill over to RS, and it is a nice pick up. Florin as well. All's getting chunked on the other side. The failed flash is not enough, and it's Florin able to 1v1 Kiaya. Take a sip of that drink, my friend, because Florin just outplayed you just, and it was GAM taking a big lead there, Carrix.
It was, but a good play from Florin. He's down in CS, but picks up that kill, brings himself back basically dead even in gold. He's got to be pretty stoked. Let's have a look at how this happened. Yeah, it's just an all-out through the wall. Kiaya is trapped. He tries to flash over the wall at one point and fails it. This looks closer than it is. This is Cassante, of course. This is not actually particularly close. Kiaya fails to flash, doesn't reposition right, and just gets taken down. He'll be fuming about that one.
Yeah, not ideal. And with Void Grubs coming up in 45 seconds, that's where this next team fight's going to be. And Florin still has a flash available to Kiaya with no sums at all. So, but gold still very comfortably in the side of GAM. They are 1.4k gold up, and Taki now making some big moves mid. Hongshu, no flash available to Xiaoxi, now looking to join this fight. There is going to be Drakthar looking for a little bit more. Sees the flash is good, but it's taking him underneath the tower. It's just a little bit too far for Drakthar, who's taken a lot of damage. Nice magical journey. Keeps them alive, but they do have to back off.
Yeah, the response from DCG was perfect. They couldn't follow up with the charm on the Vi ult. That said, the way the health bars have worked out, I do think that will be Dragon for GAM, the priority in the bot lane as well. Artemis is just really shoving Feng in. Feng has to catch a massive wave, so can't possibly roam to this. So as much as they don't get the kill in the mid lane that they would have loved to get, they do get the objective.
Yeah, nice little pick up there. It's just a little bit more, another objective on the board. Really good pick up, especially a mountain drag early. It's going to just give that little bit of that 5% armor and magic resistance. So always really good to have just in the pocket. Null coming in with their first coach comms too, as they are talking to the GAM side saying, guys, good work. Keep the aggression up. Let's see if we can get a little bit more off the back, as already Pop9 up on these Void Grubs, looking to at least secure a couple, maybe all of them.
Yeah, I think he will get all of them. There are pings coming in, but the Cassante is already there to help out. The jungle from GAM, obviously on the complete opposite side of the map. So early objectives split. Look, DCG are happy to get this one, but they don't have like an obvious split pusher. There's no Yorick, there's no Jax in this one, as Taki just magical journeys away. So the grubs are not as high value this time.
No. That's totally fine. We're okay with that. But still, grubs to have on the board for DCG is nice. It means as the game goes on, they're going to be able to get that extra pushing power, at least be able to siege a little bit better with that extra minions, the little grubbies coming out. Okay, Grand Skyfall coming in. Let's see if they can lock it down. Kiaya still has no flashes available, getting sent all the way back. All out's a good. Pop 9 on the board, 1-1-1. You're a winner right there as they do secure the kill topside. Starting to bring that gold lead just a little bit further back here, Carrix.
Yeah, and look, they're putting a lot of focus into Kiaya, and it makes sense. This Jace is a volatile pick. He's vulnerable to ganks. As soon as his flash is down, you should just be camping him as much as you can. Every time All Out's up, it's basically a free kill if Pop 9's there as well. So just go back to the well. Unfortunately, bot lane is only going to get harder and harder. Artemis is already hard enough to kill on Ezreal. It's even harder when he has a lead. So just keep playing around top lane. Try and get your Pantheon ahead. Make it so that the Cassante can just stand in front of everything and just completely ruin the poke strat from GAM. Yeah, that's it. It's sort of trying to put them on the back foot once again. But now that the gold lead's starting to move a little bit more into DCG's, I'm not going to say favor, but it's like you can sort of see it's a 1.2k. It was about 1.6, 1.7 before, so a little bit more as a cease and desist mid. This could be Aurora's going down, but World keeps him alive. Whoa. There's the true shot. It's not enough as RS is able to lock it down. They use so much, but they secure the kill. They do get it. The True Shot Barrage was on target, just a little bit too late, but it's a kill picked up. It's RS now 2-0-2, and GAM are pulling away with this one. Even when DCG was hard winning game one, they still didn't have a huge gold lead. It was much more about objectives. This time, the objective lead is in GAM's favor. It's only the one dragon, but it's also a 2,000 gold lead. So they've got to be pretty stoked about how this early game's going. Yeah, well, that's the big stat that we talked about as well at the start. And this is just a replay. Hongshu getting caught out, flash, cease and assist, knocked up, knocked out. There's an all out in the picture-in-picture. Taki caught once again. They're giving it over to Pop 9. It's like you said, feed the Pantheon and they shall cometh. But now they're looking for a little bit more as, oh, Kiaya could be caught out as ward's being taken away. Pop 9 looking towards topside. Florin could just look to take a little bit of that crystalline growth, get one, and needs to be very careful. Drakthar is here. Needs to be really careful
now underneath the tower, taking up way too much. I think Florin is no longer for this world as the damage is good. Still going to hold on, just gets the double knock up, but no, it's just not going to get it there. Yeah, it looks like he managed to dodge vision. I want to see what happened here because Taki was sort of at the wrong end of a magical journey. They just have absolutely no idea that Pop 9's here. Taki gets the bad news, fails his flash entirely. Look, we don't have to replay this. It's a bit embarrassing for Taki. It's all right. He'll bounce back. And then it works out. I think we're going to see... He was trying to flash over the wall. I think he panicked. We don't see the back half of the play, but Drakthar actually dodged the vision really well. So Florin just had no idea who was there. What was he trying to do there? He took the magical journey and then flashed. That's what the magical journey's for. But no, okay. It's still not too great. Taki getting their first death on the board too. But if we look at the standings, still it's 12.5 minutes. Next dragon up in 30 seconds. Carrix. This is where we're going to be seeing a little bit more proactivity out of DCG because Pop 9's already making their way down bot side. He's having a walk. He's just going to clear out this jungle side that is starting to respawn. I still think we just go into the Jace over and over again. He does have his flash at the moment, so you do need to go down there just to blow that flash. And with Hongshu joining them, I think that's the intention, but he has been spotted. GAM knows this is happening. Yeah, they've seen everything. They're walking over pink wards. They're walking over deep vision. Now they're looking for a little bit more. Drakthar is hit between worlds. It's good. Kiaya might go down. It is going to get picked up. It's a good kill. Now they're looking for a little bit more of a reset. Drakthar still holding on, trying to clear out the way of Hongshu. Cease and assist straight onto the back of them. Let's see if they're able to hold on. They get the weirding. Let's see if they can walk away. But no, Drakthar saw the pick and was able to take it. Florin did get hit with the True Shot Barrage as well, so the dragon might not be available. Oh, cancelled out. It's all too much damage. The Tempered Fate not going to be working. It's all out too. It is Drakthar. He gets picked up. It's a disaster. Florin outplayed it so well. It was able to hold forward. Xiaoxi showed up to the party. Artemis was not here, but still, it's now Artemis looking at this mid-tier 1, but DCG came up with the goods.
Yeah, look, just a really great response by both teams. Honestly, just overloading that side of the play. This will be DCG getting the dragon, pulling that one back to level as there it is. The smite comes in. The one thing to keep in mind is that Artemis just doesn't participate in this. He just keeps farming. Well, let's have a look at how it happened because they know this is happening, but there's no help for Kiaya coming. He flashes, but he can only really just get a little bit of damage down. Drakthar actually plays this really clever. He clears out this wave so that Hongshu takes an extra tower shot, lets him just sort of burst him out before he can get away with the weirding. True Shot Barrage is all that, this is all that is contributed by Artemis, and I just don't think we have to keep doing this. We know that it's been dodged. The shield from Pop 9 taking so much damage away that Drakthar, he's just too deep here. He just shouldn't have continued that play.
Yeah, just a little bit of that overextension, maybe not so much greed, but just thinking they were a little bit stronger than they actually were is the big part. So now that we look at the damage charts, it's kind of crazy that Cassante is almost doing as much damage as a Jace, and it's only 15 minutes into the game. But GAM, up on the top side, looking to just get the Scuttle Crab, keeping vision on the Rift Herald, but with that first mid-tier tower 1 down, it's just enabling so much more rotations coming out of GAM's roster. So really nice to see that they were able to prioritize that even after just losing out on their fight. And I say just is the key word there, Carrick, because it was still very close.
It was super close. And again, if Artemis gets involved in these fights, I do think they go much more the way of GAM, but we'll see. Like
the Spirit Rush goes in, Charm hits onto Pop 9. They need to look to secure this Rift Herald. They're able to pick it up. There's the Tempered Fate. It's locking down 1, but it's not too much. They're looking to reset between worlds is there. Hongshu's jumping back in, but take it very low. They need to be careful. Drakthar on the seek and desist. He's going to go forward. It's straight onto Fang. Where did Kiaya come from? He's out of nowhere and he's blasting him through. Ares is going to be able to pick up a kill on the back end of this too. It's Florin only and Fang holding on, but where did this Jace fly out of the jungle from?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Swung on a vine right into the fight and made it impossible for DCG. I like that they're being proactive here. They brought 4 members to this Rift Herald, but it just goes all wrong as RS just absolutely bloodthirsty, knows exactly where he needs to be. As in the picture-in-picture, we do see a tower going down, but it just doesn't matter because they can't get onto Artemis. That's the big thing, is Artemis lives this entire fight, despite them investing multiple ults onto him. He's just alive the entire time. Kiaya comes in at the end and cleans it up, but it's hard to look away from this Ezreal. It was first picked, and we see why.
Yeah, I sort of called it out. They needed to keep banning it away, but obviously they said, let's give it over. But look at the damage. It just says so true why Ezreal is one of the top picks for Artemis. It just makes sense. They play it so well. That's why it's got a 75% win rate here, Carrick's. Like, I don't think GAM want to give this game because it's a 4.6k gold lead, and they're looking real good.
They're looking absolutely dominant. This is a complete change up from game 1. I sort of said before the series that sometimes these teams that have a week off come in just a little bit slow. And it kind of seems like maybe that's what's happened with GAM here. They were a little bit slow in game 1. They were completely caught out by the moves from DCG, not just in draft, but on the map as well. But this game too, GAM have been calling all the shots. They've been first to every play, and it's hard to come back when you're this far behind, again, against an Ezreal that is such an uninteractable champion.
Yeah, it's really hard when there isn't like the only, okay, cease and desist, it's a lot of damage. Xiao Ci's getting caught out, but able to just survive on the skin of their teeth. It's just a little bit too much damage. Xiao Ci needs to be very careful not to re-engage here, but not great. I think Drakthar really was looking for a kill there. Cease and desist was used, but I guess they'll take the top tier 1 as a consolation prize.
Yeah, they will. They'll just lock it down. Happy enough, you know, you don't need to get kills in every play as long as you're just building that gold lead. Taki playing super far forward, just able to constantly escape with that magical journey. GAM are just running their setups. Pike, it's like, I feel like the only thing to talk about is the same thing over and over again because GAM, they just have a game plan and they're making it work.
All right, then let's change the script. Let's look at some items as we got a chance to sort of break it down in a little bit of a quiet point. It's 2 items completed for most champions too. We're looking at Pop9, who's still just a little bit behind. Even though they've got the gold lead and a couple kills on the board, they're still waiting for that second item. They're only halfway towards a Black Cleaver, but already got a Sunder Sky and a Black Cleaver completed for Drakthar on this Vi too. But where the real gold lead and itemization lead is on Artemis. Look at that, the Triforce, the Manimune, the stacks are up, they're looking fierce, whereas Fang only has the Ghost Blade. So, bit of an interesting one, as now Dragon already secured on their way to the Ocean Soul on this one, Carrick, and it's going to look really good in Ocean Soul on the side of GAM.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, Soul looks good on everyone. Oh, there's a catch.
Yeah, see you later, Pop9. There's nowhere you can go. This jungle does not belong to you anymore. Got a couple ultimates out of that, though. Cease and Assist was used, Tempered Fate also, so those will be on cooldown. But when you don't have a jungler, that is your main source of CC, and Xiaoxi's just getting absolutely obliterated. Eris has come to play League of Legends, and they're looking at this tier 2, and GAM just collapse.
Yeah, GAM just melt away from that one. They just collapse, and then they melt away. They go straight to Dragon. They pick up kills. Sorry, not Dragon, Baron, I should say. They are, again, everything is going to plan. They're constantly calling the shots. They're getting it. They'll get the Baron here. They got the Dragon before. The only saving grace is that DCG did take away 1 stack of Dragon, so it is an extra 5 minutes to potentially scale. But we were talking about items before. When Jhin is a full item behind, despite his first item being so much cheaper than a Triforce, there's a lot of problems.
Yes. That is very true. There are a lot of problems. As Rift Herald now being spawned up on the top side, so maybe trying to get something back, but they're not even going to be able to really follow it in. They're going to have to just wait and hope that it just charges. Maybe this was just like a defensive Rift Herald to just see, but it's not going to make its mark, and it should just be picked up by Eris and Taki here, which is pretty disastrous. It would have actually taken that tower.
It definitely would have. Unfortunately, I think it was just expiring. So they had to drop it. They get it cleaned up. The True Shot Barrage, I'm not sure what that was for. Just a little bit of inventive there from Artemis, watching that fly across the mini-map. But speaking of Artemis, he's now 3,000 gold ahead individually. That's a lot, Pike. That's a big lead.
That's gross. It's a lot of gold.
Look
It's
at the total
11k
gold.
gold. Oh, Charm actually hit there. Xiaoxi had to heal. That was a bit of a walking into the wrong place, and it is 4 members of GAM with the gold lead. It's only Taki who is, and that's just the support. So this is a full dominance game out of GAM in the game number 2 here. 9k gold lead is just looking so good at 22 minutes. This is a very different team to game 1. Let's see if they can close it out. There's the flash forward. Pop9 wants Taki. Magical Journey away, but still getting hit with the curtain call. Let's see if the damage is going to be enough. The flash goes through. Kiaya has to walk away as well, and they do not get the pick, but they burn a lot. This feels like desperation from DCG.
Yeah, they're trying to punish any minor overstep, but unfortunately, GAM are just so far ahead that all they really pay for it is Taki's flash. Now, that's not nothing, of course. That is going to be a flash that's not up for the next Dragon, but it's only the Bard. You're not as worried. And look at Kiaya, he knows that the pressure is coming his way, but he's able to just sit so far back. He'll still throw out Shock Blasts. Does he read that Xiaoxi's in the brush? I guess he reads that there is pressure, so he's just playing very, very defensive now.
He knew. Send that little shock blast, be like, oh, there's something here. There's someone here. But now looking at this tier 2, Tempered Fate is going to hit. It's Fang caught out, has to burn the flash instantly. Air is also using the Spirit Rush, so the mobility is now down, but they are sieging hard. It's at 9.4k. Is GAM really trying to accelerate this game up again? And they could be looking for a reset. Dragon in 1.5. So look, get the good reset, buy your items, and then come straight back to this Dragon and get that vision out.
Totally. They've got a minute, as you said. They're going to reset. DCG, you don't have to fight this dragon. I think that is a saving grace. You don't have to fight here. Just give this one up. Desperately try and get some gold onto Hongshu. I think that's your best bet in this one. I think Feng is doomed to just play utility Jhin this game. He's never going to catch up. He's never going to really catch up to the damage of Artemis regardless, but he's certainly not going to when the lead is this big. But if you can get Hongshu to the point where he can threaten one-shots, if you can make RS really have to think hard about his spirit rushes, I think that's your best path to victory, but that is a narrow path along some rocky cliffs.
Yeah, you're not wrong. We got another item already completed out. Ezreal 3 items deep. The Stormrazor just being picked up now, but okay, look at Ares, looking at Fang. Nice little happy feet, but is Fang going to be able to hold on as there's the cease and desist straight on in Tempered Fate, stops out way too much. Pop 9 is caught between worlds is good, but it's not going to be enough damage. Artemis is looking at Pop 9. He's a snack, he's a lunch. It's just too tasty. If there's like 3-mana Tofo strike is good, but Florin cannot control this team on their own. And now they're looking for a bit of a cheeky TP. They want to end this game out right now. 16 kills to 17. They are walking down this mid lane. Artemis actually taking a lot of tower shots, so maybe they can't full commit here, but with only one member on the side of DCG, they look, but they cannot find. They have to reset. They're just a little bit low, and Dragon is up and available.
Yeah, look, it's just a bit unfortunate. GAM don't quite have the push speed to go into that one. Let's have a look at how this played out, because it was just a catch. RS, again, doesn't land the charm. Feng actually did have the fancy feat. You can't fancy feat a Viol to eventually lock it down, but RS has really been getting these plays started. Super impressed with him so far on the RE. Of course, once his the back half of this, it is sort of a tale already written because they're just too far ahead. They beat them with their wallets, even though I think DCG actually played that about as well as they could.
You know what? If someone's going to ever beat me up, I'd really like for them to beat me with their wallet. I think if they're just throwing money or gold at me, I'll take that every day of the week. That's fine. Like you just throw dollar bills at me. I'm not dancing or anything, but you know what? I'll be enjoying it a little bit. So we'll have to see. Now they're looking for a bit of a sneaky play. They're looking towards this top side. Only one is backing because there are super minions in the base. Eris is the target, but Drakthar, Taki are here. Caught out. It just sprung the trap, but now they're looking for a little bit more as it is Fang on the backside. Pop 9 is already so low. The charm hit. Eris does not care who you are. Florin now wants something. This is just DCG with that one final attempt to make a play, and it did not go their way. They got hit with the gold bars, and they made it look really rough, as it is probably going to be GAM looking to go down this mid and just clean up game number 2, 26 minutes. It's looking strong. GAM 13.7k gold lead, not even a soul in sight, as it is just GAM taking game 2 by storm. The dominance looked absolutely fierce, and DCG, they need to rethink what they're cooking, because maybe they do need top laners in the mid to make this work.
Well, we've got a best of 3. That's what we've got left as we even things up. GAM looked incredible. If they were a little bit rattled after game 1, they are 100% locked in now.
Yeah, look, this is a tale as old as the league itself. Yeah, eat that watermelon, get those bananas, get that potassium in you. I love it. Maybe I'll go get a banana. But no, one thing you have to remember is when these two teams went up against each other earlier this split, it went the full distance again. There is a reason I predicted a 3-2. Is because I think it probably will go the distance. Once these teams have slight advantages, their drafts get a little bit dwindler, it's going to be a little bit easier for these guys to make bigger plays. But you're right, GAM just looked incredibly dominant this series in this game because they were able to play to their strengths, and their strengths were control. Oh my God.
I mean, it was control, it was dominance. I mean, like, the damage charts are a little bit ridiculous, frankly, doubling in multiple roles, or nearly doubling in 3, but definitely doubling in 2. Really, just dominant performance from GAM. If they can do this again, they have to do it 2 more times, but I think if you do this again next game, you probably check DCG a little bit out of the series. DCG, find answers. I will say it does help that we play Fearless. You don't have to worry about the Ezreal anymore.
Yep. No, look, honestly, maybe DCG was like, how about we just give them the Ezreal early and then we just clean up later into the series too? Like, maybe that was the call all along. They did let it through game one because they had the prioritization early. So maybe they said, let's just give them the Exodia draft. Let them have this one, guys. It's okay. We come back stronger next game. But yeah, even there, the plays from GAM all across the map, it's always 2, 3, 4 members looking to make moves. And yeah, unfortunately, this is Taki just getting caught out a little bit. Didn't realize that they were there, but this was one of the few times that I think we saw DCG get a good catch, and you can see DCG wanting to make moves across the map here too, and it still didn't go in their favor. A lot of them still died for these.
Yeah, exactly. Even when they were fighting back, when they were trying to find tempo, it just never really worked out. GAM just hands checked them a little bit, just sort of said like, okay, sure, we'll let you have a play, and then now it's our turn, and their turn just always seemed better. This was one of the only really identifiable moments of a mistake. They just overextend into the Unstoppable from Cassante and Pop9's shield. The rest of the game, I mean, look at this. I think RS had an incredible performance. He really, really stepped up in this game. His Ahri was just incredible. Really outclassed. Hongshu, the Aurora, was just completely choked out of the game. That was a lovely play. That big stun from Taki into Kiaya from the skies.
Yeah, honestly, you're right. I think it was actually all members of GAM really stepping up here. Again, RS being the proactive playmaker going forward. Spirit Rush has 1 charge left, so just holding on to as many of those as possible, because once you get the kill, you get another reset too. So, and it was just a very GAM dominant series, very GAM dominant game where they just said, this is how we're going to play it. They have to react to us. They're all about the late game scaling. We're not going to give them a chance. And you can see there was signs that DCG's like, maybe we just look for a pick, maybe we hope for the best, and they just got caught out. Everyone split up. Florin's in the Baron pit for some reason. Xiaoxi's on the top side struggling, and they just got picked off one by one, and it just resulted in GAM taking this game very convincingly. So this is a bit of a scary one here, Carrick. So we got to be a little bit worried. Like, this could go the distance, but we're here for it. But I'm excited to see GAM after game one. It's a totally different team, and I love it.
Yeah, I think the thing is that we've had 2 very one-sided games. I'm keen to see where these teams have to fight back, where they have to really grit their teeth and overcome a close game.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to see. We're going to go to a short break, guys, so stay tuned. We'll be right back with game number 3, DCG versus GAM. You don't want to miss this one. It is spicy.
Here's an overview of how Coach Comms works. Each team may assign 1 coach per game, submitted with the starting roster. Coaches can be changed between games. Only a head coach, assistant coach, or analyst is eligible. Sub-players are not allowed. Use of the Coach Comms is optional. Here's how Coach Comms operates during matches. The coach is placed in an isolated room, wearing a soundproof headset to ensure competitive integrity. They may only view the 5-player POVs on stage. No live stream, spectator mode, or external devices are permitted. Each team has 3 Coach Comms uses per game, with 45 seconds per use. Unused users do not carry over. After all users are exhausted, the coach may leave the room. If they leave early, they cannot return. Team members not participating will have access to standard spectator mode for post-game review. Coach Comms has received positive feedback from teams and fans, and adds an additional strategic layer to the game. The feature will be reviewed at the end of Split 2. Stay tuned for more updates.
Mình nghĩ team em có thể đứng trong top LCP. Team em khá là đoàn kết với lại sức trẻ nữa, càng đánh càng hay. Chúng tôi sẽ có mặt tại MRA.
Tới sẽ cho máy trực tiếp và tới giới thì họ rất là mạnh, thì GAM cũng là sẽ cố đặt niềm tin vào nhau để có thể mạnh ra sẽ có những lần trước.
Off the map, they do get the Rift Herald. The flag encore! It's just too quick, flag and drag follow up.
Chúng tôi là thời đại mới của LCP.
The mountain charging forward, Doggo is the target. Artemis is getting some damage off. Yeah.
Khi bước up thì bọn mình cần phải đánh với tâm thế nó đầu tiên là tự tin đã, và cái tâm lý nó thật là thoải mái, thì khi đó thì bọn mình sẽ đánh đúng với thực lực của mình.
因为我们现在成绩不算特别好。但是我们进季后赛，我觉得我们也能像巨兔一样一下课上。
Hear the chorus of sun and moon, our voices, an untiring hymn against the silence. Do you feel it at last? Long have I circled this world, descending only when the Watchers first stirred. Marked and fracture! I had such hope for you, Void Hunter. Fall to fire! Fall and be silenced. Silence, dreaded herald. Rise with me! Sunfire Eternal! Huh. Providence! Our dance continues, sun and moon in perfect step. Watch as our enemies are undone. Abyssal vermin, I bar you from the heavens! Yeah! As night ordains! Silver moon, your blade fulfilled our ancient vow. This is predetermined. Shikar! A lunar storm gathers. All in my path shall burn. The eclipse consumes! The moon is stained red this night. Piercing through it! Fall! My eclipse is rageful as righteous! You betray existence! Is it inevitable that our paths diverge, Golden Sun?
Welcome back to the LCP, where the games are thick and fast and just a little bit dirty, but it is Parker and Air, myself, and Carrick's joining you for a Game 3 now here, Carrick's. Don't shake your head at me. That's not, you know what I'm saying. You understand. But
I know.
we're looking for a big one. GAM just came up, cleaned up the second game after DCG stomped them absolutely hard in the first game, but game number 3 here, Carrick, it could be any team series right now.
It totally could be. It's hard to read anything into the first 2 games, sort of to set expectations, because I think DCG looked absolutely dominant in game 1. It wasn't the same kind of dominant, though. It was much more a macro domination. They just were first to every objective. They had better vision setups. While game 2 was just sort of an everything domination, GAM didn't have to do any fancy setups. They didn't really care, because they just got so far ahead in lanes that it didn't matter. They could show up to fights a little bit late, but Artemis was so far ahead. RS was so far ahead that they just ran away with it. Coming into game 3, obviously we start to have the champion pool be pretty choked by Fearless, and we've still got a long way to go. So I'm curious to see how we build these leads again. Rumble's gone, and I'm thinking about the top lane. Rumble's gone, Ambessa's gone, Chase is gone, Cassante's gone. Nah is still on the board. I think that's a really high priority pick in this series. In this game, I should say.
Yorick's pretty good. Scion as well is available. Renekton, Jax has been picked up a little bit more in recent times. I think the Vayne pick has sort of been taken out of the meta quite a bit just with the itemization changes on the latest patch. There's quite a few, I think, in there, but again, you're right. The pools are starting to dwindle. It's getting a little bit harder. We have seen Kiaya pick up a couple games, at least 3 games of the Gwen too, so there is a response if there is going to be like a Jax, a Scion, Renekton. So there are these thoughts in motion that we could see coming out of GAM's roster, but at the same time, mid's looking a little bit rougher too. Like the Cass is gone, the Ari's gone, Aurora too. Like Ryze is another big one, so it's just like Orianna's still available. You got Akali, Mel, like Galio, Twisted Fate's another one you could have considered. So there are still some solid picks on the board across the way. Now it's about where do you get them and why do you need to start picking them up sooner rather than later? Because if you pick one good one now, you got to think the next game, the next best sort of lane is just going to be taken away instantly. So yeah, champion select has definitely stepped up now as the pools are dwindling too. But we're getting ready for the draft and we're going to see where these teams are going to be going, because it was actually DCG. I think they got first pick, which means GAM actually chose to go red side. So nice little change of pace there too. But the first pick means they're going to get a little bit more priority in what they're hoping to pick up early.
Yeah, I agree. And Nefiri being banned out as well, has been banned a few times. I think that was another champion we could have been talking about. But yeah, makes sense to get it out because the jungle pool, yeah, you are sort of going down. I think Skarner is rising priority there because Nocturne's never getting through, obviously. He's banned again. Curious, I mean, this is what I do love about Fearless is Vayne being banned out screams the first big nah.
Yeah, look, getting Florin on that main pick, he's had such a good time playing it in recent times as well, but hasn't got the greatest win rate, but obviously always steps up with that champion too, so it's always nice to see Florin be able to prioritize that. But Lee Sin, how did we forget the one champion that every team was looking for?
Yeah, true, actually. That just gets through. Pop 9, yeah, he's got the best jungler on the patch, in my opinion. That's surprising to see going through. I think what do we give away for that? We could potentially take a Nah. Wukong is also good.
Yeah, I think Wukong's like the main answer because you can sort of react a little bit more with the Lee Sin that jumps on top of you. So I like the Wukong here, but now you're looking at top side because I think with the Vayne banned out, that's why you ban the Vayne. If you're going to first pick Lee Sin, it's going to be able to enable better dives or at least better ganks into this top side as well. But now it feels like it's going to be a little bit more tank heavy towards top 2. Champions of note, Misfortune Rel is still a good combo that could be picked up here as well. Nautilus has been left up, so a really nice pick up here by GAM.
Yeah, I think Nautilus makes a lot of sense. I still just think the thing I'm scared of is Florin's Nah. He is really strong. On this champion, it's a champion he prioritizes a lot. With the Vayne banned out, the immediate counter pick is gone. Obviously, Kiaya will still have things in the tank for this, but I just do think we're giving DCG a little bit too much comfort. I don't know if we needed to pick the Wukong there. Lee Sin's only going one place.
Yeah, no, you're right. It depends what they want to pair with this Nautilus now too, if they're going to prioritize this bot side, because it means that they're going to ban out a lot of champions like the Gwen, probably the Jax that are going to go a little bit better into this Nah too, giving Florin a little bit more love. There's the Misfortune, so I don't mind that with the Nautilus. I think it does enable that combo. So I kind of like what they're going with. I feel like it's not the greatest AD carry to go with Nautilus, in my opinion. I think Kai'Sa is still one of these big ones. You can play like these nice mobility champions too, but you know what? I still like it. Hitting up the bullet time, it's always going to be relevant in a team fight, and with a front line with a Wukong and a Nautilus, makes a lot of sense. And Ziggs being banned out, they really do not want to give any push over to the other side.
Yeah, Ziggs ban is an interesting one there. Not something I really associate with Feng, to be sure, but 3 games deep in Fearless, I guess I don't blame them. It is a really good long-range thing. It's a champion that allows Xiaoxi to roam as well, and shutting down Xiaoxi's roams I think makes a lot of sense. Game 1 on that Rakan, he was absolutely everywhere.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, that's really powerful.
picks that are still potentially up for DCG here too, if they want a little bit more front to back as well. Caitlyn, Corki could be picked up for Fang. They have played these before. Yanara Lulu is obviously still a big one, as now Ziggs and Brom have been banned out. So Yanara Lulu has been pretty high in priority, but sort of been forgotten about, as Brom being taken off the list as well. They're clearly looking at a bit more frontline needs to be picked up for DCG, is what I think GAM is trying to say here. But Twisted Fate, final ban coming through, not too bad, cancelling out these mid laners.
Yeah, not bad at all. That point and click CC of Twisted Fate and sort of Galio as well. It's not traditional point and click, but it basically is. Mel would be an interesting one here. Nothing super obvious to reflect at the moment, but does sort of just jive pretty well with the comp as the Hubber of LeBlanc. RS? No, it goes back to the Mel.
Yeah, I like the Mel here. I think you're right. The rebuttals maybe not the key thing in this. It's more about getting that golden eclipse and actually being able to execute these members. And there's the Corki I talked about. It's going to be such a flexible champion. You could pair it with something like a Pyke that doesn't need to necessarily be in lane. So I don't mind the Corki here. It's just going to be a bit of a self-serving, needs to just farm up. Very similar to Artemis's Ezreal last game. It's just being able to just hold their own. Fang just needs to farm, get strong. 3 items, they'll join the fight and they'll clean up. Oh, but they're looking at the Rel.
Okay, they go the Rel. Okay, interesting stuff. As I like it, I think they needed like sort of a bit more engaged. They had good pick, but true engage was still sort of up in the air. As the Hover of Malphite at the moment, I don't think that would have gone. I think Jax does actually make a lot of sense. Can beat up on the Gnar sometimes. As, oh no, they go the Tristana.
What?
Okay, Tristana top.
Oh my, okay, that is insane, Tristana top. Okay, so you get that extra range, you're able to clear the waves really fast, you're going to get good priority over onto the top side for like Grubs, Rift Herald too. That is an insane pick. Is this the first time we're seeing Tristana top?
Yeah, I think it's the first time we're seeing Tristana.
Oh my god.
At least. She was a 0% pick ban, so this is wild.
We said GAM had some interesting picks up their sleeves. That's the big thing, right? We talked about that they've got wild picks that they can throw out of the front and center. Tristana being the one in the top side speaks true of maybe they just want to dominate again. Tristana getting those rocket jumps that's going to be able to do a little bit more, get those resets and fight a little bit longer. What do you think, Carrix? This is a big move.
It's a crazy one. I mean, Tristana has a lot of history in the Vietnamese region. This is a champion that whenever it has been even slightly meta, a lot of solo laners have been keen to pick up. Not specifically Kiaya though. He's often been on the other end of the cannon. But it takes away some of the strength of Gnar. It's obviously ranged versus ranged instead. It does push down towers super strong. I think it's interesting that we don't see Tristana more. I guess she is just, you know, she's just a little bit undertuned, particularly in the ADC role, because she takes down towers so quickly. And now that every tower has plates, it is a lot of gold.
Yeah, no, definitely true. We're see a couple little skins coming through, but again, nothing too crazy. Oh, Divine Heaven Scale Lee Sin. Kind of goaded, but you know what? Let's not worry about those right now. We're in a knockout stage series here, Carrick. We've already got 2 games underway. We need to be focusing on these teams and what they're going to be bringing to it. And the one thing I want to point out is it's going to be very tanky in the mid to late game for DCG. They're going to have a lot of that strength to be able to survive in these fights, but with a Tristana, a Misfortune, and a Mel, I do worry for how long those tanks are going to be able to survive, just because they are shredders.
Yeah, exactly. You say it's tanky, and obviously you are right, but the team can cut through it as I'm God. Speaking of getting cut through.
What?
Just level up.
Florid?
Don't step up to a Tristana.
What do you do? Like, this is like Florian feels like he's just been counted completely. This Tristana is just putting in so much work, even early, sitting against the level 2, so you're gonna have the explosive charge now as well. Carrix, has Florin met his match in the top lane to his Gnar?
I mean, the thing is they had to be ready for the Gnar. it was really obvious when the bans were coming in. It was very obvious that this was going to be Nah. So this just has to be a prepared counter pick. Kiaya clearly knows he can step up level 1 and do that. So yeah, I guess he has kind of met his match, but we'll have to see how it plays out, because I'm not going to judge the Tristana just based off the first couple waves.
Yes, no, that's very true. I think one thing we know about Florin is you never count them out in these series. You never can. It's just not worth it. He will come back. He will make some moves too. I think the big thing as well for Florin is he is going to be able to clean up a little bit of these waves underneath the tower too. Tristana, with the explosions, does auto push waves, so it's going to be a little bit easy for them just to sit safely. And Jousty's actually going forward quite low, burns the heal. Taki taken to dangerous levels of health, but they do back out. No first blood just yet.
Yeah, do manage to get away as we look again at the top side. I mean, Kiaya is going to have perma push as Artemis just takes a little bit of a stun into some auto attacks. It will be the reality of the Misfortune, unfortunately.
Yeah, but Misfortune is all about playing for that level 6, right? Playing for that, getting a couple items on the belt. Once you get that Bloodthirster and able to do a little bit more with it too. Pop9 as well, making their way through the mid, just ward-hopping their way to success as they're trying to get onto these scuttles. And now it's a little bit of a fight. Taki is here, did get that early reset, so might be looking for it, but already taken. Pop9 successfully taking both Scuttle Crabs.
Yeah, that's actually a really big swing as well. Gets a lot of early advantage on his jungle quest as they are collapsing on mid. This could be Hongshu in a lot of trouble, but the Sonic Waves landed.
Oh, but it's not going to be enough. Taki is able to just can't get that hook in time. But Pop9 was always there. Shousey as well was waiting in the wings. So I like the aggression out of GAM. Just didn't get to the spot that they wanted it to be.
Yeah, just don't really get anything out of Hongshu in exchange either. Doesn't burn the flash. He's totally fine. Might be, a little bit pushed around as Shousey returns to the bot lane. Everything very, very even at the moment. The top lane is the only thing of note.
I'm just going to ignore that note. I know it's been put on my fridge.
Oh.
Kiaya actually going all the way through, burning flash. The bomb is good, but doesn't get the full reset. Needed that final hit. Kiaya playing a very aggressive, but flash, exhaust, burnt. Now Aris is looking at Hongshu, but good rebuttal. Pushing back a little bit of that damage, but still, it's very aggressive here from GAM. They're pushing forward.
Yeah, RS is going to reset, doesn't have any mana, so despite Hongshu being low health, he's really not in any danger. Also sets the wave super nicely there. He'll be very happy on his reset. It's just even everywhere, really. Nothing of note outside of the top lane. We're sort of covering that one up until we see if Kiaya can really get anything going. Because I think as much as we saw the level 1 sort of go crazy, now that there are the steel caps in for the Nah, he should be fine until potential level 6 dives. I think that's where things get scary. You bring a Wukong up, you go under the tower, you can really punish this Nah.
Yeah. You bring a monkey to a Yordle fight and it's never going to be too good. As Taki taken to half health, just a nice little engage from Shousey, getting that crash down. But again, it's all about putting that pressure on, as forcing it back once again, which means they could start to look towards this dragon, but Pop9 has other means of advantage. They want to look in this mid. Nice stun. It's going to be enough. First blood heading straight over. Hongshu's now caught. It's a trade 1-for-1. Pop9 took a tower shot as well, but still a nice trade back for GAM.
Yeah, they've got to be pretty happy with the change there. They get it back, but it doesn't matter because DCG still have all the priority. They get the dragon. Shousey was already on the move while the bot lane for GAM was on a reset. So far, it's DCG getting ahead in this early game.
Yeah, good hook still landing. Taki clearly wants to be here to do a bit of damage, but Warthop away is going to keep them alive and keep them relevant. As now stun's going out. Monkey getting stopped. You are not allowed back into the jungle, but maybe looking at the other side of the jungle, looking for a little bit of an invade. And going to be able to clear out potentially some chickens. Cheeky little KFC bucket.
Yeah, love it. We love a little KFC bucket. We love getting some wicked wings. As yeah, big wave pushes into Hongshu. We'll be able to farm all of that up quite nicely though, so he's happy. we go back into the holding pattern, Pike.
Yeah, it's a slow game. 1-1, it's 7 minutes in. Dragon's secure. There's going to be Void Grubs coming up in just seconds. Oh, cancelled out the crash down. Chassis looks for a little bit more. Aftershock did go off, but nice pick there from Taki, able to lock them down a little bit more. Stopping Artemis just getting completely jumped on. But nice. There goes the dredge line. See if the damage is going to be enough as they do just crash back out. And the poke from Fang is getting worse.
Yeah, it is getting a little bit worrying when you get hit with those FOSS bombs, and it's only going to get worse once he has access to the rockets. It's not much fun playing an immobile ADC like Misfortune into that. He will just be able to walk up constantly and do it, but it's not why we pick this. We don't pick it for the 1v1 matchup. We pick it for the big team fight layering on top of a Cyclone. As Tibbers is out. Hello.
Yeah, Cheeky Panda. Nothing wrong with that. Getting it out there. It's a nice firecracker skin, doing its job. But did burn the ultimate. Flash wasn't available for that one anyway, so I guess it was just to get a little bit more priority in the lane. They are slightly down. Hongshu is not able to, is not currently keeping up with Eris, who is farming quite well. But now it's all about where does Fang get this damage from and be able to start making moves, because Artemis is also just keeping up, maintaining. It's a slow, stale game, Carrix, and we need to just hit the snooze button and get the action going. Let's get up and run.
Yeah, I know. I'm keen for it. The first two games were a fair bit faster, even though we have had a couple kills. Nothing too much so far.
Good. Taki was here. They did get one Void Grub already confirmed, but now the fight's going out there. The Dragon's Rage is going to be enough, as there is Hongshu as well, trying to do some damage. Drakthar, Cyclone off to the side, but look at how healthy this DCG lineup is. They're looking good. They land the stun. They're looking for a little bit more. Pop9 has the damage. Drakthar, not long for the world. It is Fang picking up the kill. Now Taki being caught out, throws the dredge line. Oh, burns the flash, perfectly timed to avoid that one little sonic wave. But now they're looking potentially for a crash down. Eris trying to stay underneath the tower, getting hit with quite a lot. Fang taking it up, but now they have to be careful, and then right back onto the Void Grubs, and a nice pickup for DCG.
Yeah, they're pretty stoked about that one. They get the Void Grubs, they got the first dragon. This is looking a bit more like DCG game one. GAM, we have to have an answer to this. We have to find a way to break back the tempo. Let's have a look at this replay, because this is really a bit of the Shousey show. Does really nicely, just kind of stopping what Taki wants to do. Puts him into a really awkward position where he gets kicked out. GAM clearly want to continue this play because they think they've got like a good texture of the map, but it just doesn't really work. As they just get seen off. Drakthar goes down to Fang. I'm getting a lot of flashbacks to game one. Good flash from Taki there, but it still has to burn it.
Yeah, look, and a flash down for a Nautilus is not where you want it to be. It is a Hex Flash, though, so it's not too bad, and not the end of the world. Still going to be on a bit of a cooldown, but it is back up now. Noel coming in with the first coach comms. Carrick, so obviously GAM. We haven't seen any coach comms for DCG. It's definitely one thing I think the coaches know, just to leave the players to play how they want to, and now look at the domination. It's just mad invades from DCG into this bot side jungle. And even the TP out for Hongshu clearly was looking for something wild. But it is going to be reset out. And look, we haven't seen top lane in a hot minute. Nothing's really been going on because I feel like they've just been playing it slow. Florin's taken a bit of the L and said, that's okay, guys. Just play safe, play smart. Let's get some wins across the board.
Yeah, exactly. He's picked up the cull. He's down in CS, he's down in gold, and that's just going to be the reality of the matchup. But if he can deny tower plates to Kiaya, that's the real goal. You just don't want to let Kiaya step up, get, the big E on the tower that basically just does a plate on its own, particularly if there's any of that crystal and growth. Resets there, comes back. He's got, he's got a component. He's got the cull. He's not happy, but he's living, and that's all he has to do. If Florin can essentially make this game a 4v4, that's a huge win.
Yeah, 100%, especially with Pop9 going very aggressive early onto those Void Grubs. I think that's a really big thing we have to remember because Tristana wants to be taking these towers and just putting the bomb on and just exploding them open. Taking away the Void Grubs stops the mega pushes out of this Tristana too. So it's a really nice call there. And now already Pop9 at the dragon on spawn, saying, we need control of these objectives. This is how we win. And you can actually see Drakthar is heading topside. He's looking at his Krugs instead, so just maybe giving over these early dragons. This was the disaster we saw in game number 1, where Drakthar was just not present for any early objectives, and then it was just DCG snowballing the hell out of it.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit worried because Game 2, despite it being obviously a very dominant GAM win, it's not like their setups were particularly better. They just had so much more gold that it didn't matter. So this is really worrying, as whenever DCG is close, or in this case slightly ahead, GAM doesn't seem to have a very good answer in how to play the fair fights. And you have to have that answer, because you're not just going to hard win lane every game. That's like completely unreasonable at this sort of end of the split. As Taki, I'm not sure if he must have had Hex flash up already, because he didn't just flash over the wall.
Yeah, he did.
A little bit worried there. Okay, good. I was a little bit worried because it is something Taki would do.
But we've got lane swaps coming in now, Carracks as well. Items are completed across the board. We're seeing Annie, Hongshu picking up that proto belt as well. So again, these low mobility mid laners, especially the mage ones, picking up this item gives them so much more agency in team fights, especially for an Annie who does want to do those flash plays. And Drakthar just struggling just a little bit as, oh, okay, it is in fact Pop9 looking for more. So they could be looking for a dive on Eris. Gets the rebuttal, but it's not going to be enough as Tibbers drops straight on in. Pop9 has no fear of Mel whatsoever, and it is a nice dive for the side of DCG.
It's a fantastic dive for DCG. RS is getting shut out of the game. Only minorly up against an Annie. You should be winning that lane. Like, not, you should be killing the Annie or anything like that, but you should be farming much faster than an Annie as Mel. You have much better wave clear. But Hongshu gets another tower plate. He's actually ahead in gold now, just slightly. But yeah, the real story is Pop9 versus Drakthar. I was a little bit suspect that Lee Sin was given up, like sort of to the point where I didn't even realize he was still up when we got into the picks, because I was just like, of course Lee Sin wins. We're not going to give up Lee Sin. But they did, and we're sort of learning why you don't. He's very, very powerfully tuned at the moment. I don't think Pop9 has done anything super special. He's just playing the champion to its potential.
Yeah, and I love this sort of move coming out, GAM. Sort of realizing maybe they need to clear a little bit more, but seeing Pop9 up here too maybe spells that Hongshu has a little bit of that safety net. And yeah, it is GAM already backing off. They had the plan in mind, but seeing multiple members topside, they said, I don't think we can pull this trigger, guys. The gold difference on these junglers just a little bit too strong. Now Taki being caught. Pop9 can't land a Sonic Wave, and the flash from Taki gets them out, but it's another summoner down. It's not looking too good. DCG are in control.
They are completely in control. They'll get another grub here. They could go straight into the Rift Herald. They've already got this side of the map overloaded, as, yep, Pop9 will start that one up. A little bit sad. A little bit funny there as he's trying to take both the crustaceans. He'll do it well. And they've got the lanes pushed in. There's no response possible for GAM, so this will just be more objectives over and interrupted back. Taki's got to be fuming.
Yep. Oh,
DCG, I mean, tried, but we have this Tristana. We have some strength there as RS will just TP away. Good call there. He was about to get dove. We have this Tristana that is a point of strength, has an item completed already, but is it enough for this Tristana just to keep Gnar out of the game? I think the answer is a pretty solid no.
Yeah, that's it, because regardless, Gnar probably will have a lot more impact in a team fight. Landing one big Gnar when they're in the middle of a Baron pit is game deciding, where Tristana, if you're just going to hit them with a buster shot and just push someone back, yeah, it hits multiple members, but it's a single shot. It's not going to be the biggest turn. Maybe it's a bit more defensive sort of ultimate that they could be seeing out of Kiaya. So yeah, it's a bit of an interesting one. Yeah, you just keep shoving in Florin, but if Florin starts getting some love, which is what we're going to be seeing, yeah, easy dash away. Pop9 was in the area too, so Florin needed to be very careful. But okay, Pop9 says, I have no fear, but great sidestep, stops the fight.
But now it's Kiaya being pushed in. He's not even able to continue growing this lead on the Tristana, despite having the Yuntal. There's Taki, does Hex Dash over the wall, finds a Rel.
It's always rough. You think there's an Annie there, but instead you find a Rel too. You just saw the Annie and you're like, what's going on here? But just trying to get that good vision control looking at this top side. The tower is very low. So let's see if they can fully commit to it, but probably can't. Chassis just doing a really good job keeping them back. And Dragon's up again. Where is Drekthar? Topside. What is going on? Do not take them, these Dragons.
This is really bad. There's no other way to put it. Just not paying attention to Dragon timers at all, GAM. We can't make that play around topside on this timer unless you know for sure that Pop9's there. He's not. It's another Dragon secured. This is getting them even tankier. They'll have that mountain, those mountain Drake stats. If they get a mountain soul, it doesn't matter how many ADCs you have, you're just not going to cut through them.
Yeah, 100%. When you got a Rel and a Gnar in the game, I talked at the start of the game that this is a tankier lineup to what we're already seeing. And okay, if that was me, I'm probably flashing. If someone's dropping a water mill like that, I'm probably flashing and freaking out. But yeah, tower's now gone. It's actually first tower in this bot side. Rift Herald's been summoned mid. Looks like they're going to try and siege this one up and see if they can take it a little bit more as they do get the crystalline growth charge. See if they can get the reset. But actually, I think you need to bail. You need to go away. Do not get that charge off as they're looking top side. Easy pick up. Florin is on the board now too. And it was actually Fang who charged the Rift Herald away because there was just so many members mid. But Rift Herald's still up, Kia Carrix.
It's going to get a charge as well as it's Pop9 drawing a huge amount of attention. They can't chase him down though. This is a Lee Sin. He will find his way out. Artemis could ult the wave. Maybe. Oh, Drekthar's just been caught. Has to rip a Cyclone.
Yeah. And now if they can pick up this tower here really quickly, it might be enough as, okay, Sonic Wave is going to hit. If they can lock it down, no, Rift Herald is gone. Bullet time now used to clear out the wave. It's just a bit rough. And they didn't even get the full wave. It was just pulled back a little bit too much. And they might be able to still pick this one up here, Carrix. It's a bit of a disaster for GAM again. Two towers.
The tower goes down.
Threat.
It's a 3k gold lead. I mean, this game, like, it's game one all over again. DCG are just way better in the neutral today.
Oh, it's so rough to see as well. Yeah, 3k gold lead at 19 minutes. Baron 50 seconds up, but it's all 100% objective control right now. And the damage tells true. Yeah, Tristana's getting it done. Kiaya is making moves, but to who? For what? These are the big questions.
That's the problem, is they haven't really done anything with the Tristana. At some point, it has to leave lane. It has to link up with the rest of the team and be enabled to hit towers. Florin, he can just clear waves now. He just doesn't care. He's even ahead in gold because he picked up a kill earlier, and he's, you know, just riding the train of the rest of the team. It is unironically sometimes a skill that you have to just learn how to get carried. Florin in this situation is setting himself up to get carried. He's doing exactly what he needs to do. Kiaya, I think he's doing his part. He grew a lead. He bullied the Gnar, but at no point did the rest of the team link up. Nor's going to come in for the coach comms, and I feel like they might be a little bit desperate.
Look, Coach Com never spells desperation. It spells that maybe there's a priority that's not being addressed by the team. And this is the coach saying, guys, let's screw our heads back on. We know what we need to do. This is why we've picked this comp. We need to start playing towards this. But maybe the Coach Com says, guys, do not give them a Baron. Do not give them these leads. Kiaya, you need to start moving towards the team. But it's also one of those things. You can't leave Florin alone. If Florin is alone and they're in these side lanes, they take towers.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you've locked yourself in here. There's no one else that can really go down there as well. Like, it's RS is the best option, but on this Mel, he's had a pretty average game. He's, you know, not able to really keep up. I would worry about Florin setting up plays on him, not solo killing him, but certainly setting up plays where Pop9 can come down and the Mel can't do anything. Baron on the map, and we talked about this in game one, so I guess we're just going to have to repeat ourselves a fair bit. The real problem here for GAM is that even if they do get a good setup around Dragon, which at the moment seems like a fairly big if, okay, DCG will just say, all right, you have that one. We'll take Baron.
They're saying that exactly
They're going to start
now.
it right now.
The Dragon's not even up, Carrick. They've already said, let's just go for the Baron. They can't really do anything. They clear out the vision. They throw in one blue ward. So they get that vision. They know they've started it. Maybe they need to react, but they've already backed off. So DCG, they called the bluff and said, that's fine. We'll wait for the next hand.
And that makes sense. Like, there's no reason not to just constantly put the pressure on. Just attempt it. See what GAM does. Just probe for the reaction over and over again. And now, 30 seconds before, we've got the resets from Pop9 and Hongshu. Xiaoxi has a full brace of wards, which is exactly what he wants. Only one control ward might be the slightest bit of downside, but like clutching at straws for downsides. And GAM, they're forced out of the river. 10 seconds to Dragon. This can just get burst down.
Yeah, Pop9 in a bit of a cheeky spot, getting chunked quite heavily. Xiaoxi's looking in, but now Pop9's in the backside, tries to get the kick. It's good. The bullet time's just enough, but is the damage enough? There's Florin, makes the move. It's all she wrote. Kiaya cannot hold on much longer. It was GAM, absolutely obliterated, and it is Florin's once again that can get it done. You can pick an 80 carry in the top lane, but you cannot deny Florin, the Ronin, his time to shine.
Yeah, I mean, he puts on a show in that fight. This will be sold. This will be 4,000 gold. That'll only get bigger for DCG. I'm really worried for GAM. Game 2, I think, made me feel a little bit more confident, but frankly, if this is how we're playing the neutral setups, I just don't really know what the path to victory is.
Look, I may have said it before. I'll let you do this. I've got a little surprise for you after this replay. Walk us through it.
Perfect, because this starts with damage onto Pop9, but it's such a good call from Xiaoxi. He just goes, okay, I need to save my jungler by just going in on the other side. Kiaya just doesn't get over the wall, seemingly, just didn't have access to the rocket jump, so cleaned out. Look at the damage. That's the last team fight, and look at Florin's damage in this. Yeah, okay, he's been bullied all game, but it doesn't matter when you come back in, get a 3-man stun, and single-handedly win fights for your team.
Yeah. 100%. And I think all of that damage from Ares as well was sort of a little bit fake because it was all onto Pop9. It was all onto the jungler, just like a full half health. So it was real, but it didn't really have the effect. Like, I think it sort of felt a little bit unreal. But okay, my little surprise for you here, Carrick. You know, right at the start of the night, my prediction.
Yeah.
I'm going to hit you with that, and it's going to get bigger and bigger as the games go on. As here we go, another fight's coming in, and where is Taki going? No way to go. There's the cycler coming in as Fang. You see it, bullet time's really nice, but no, the Valkyrie over the wall keeps them alive a little bit longer. Drekthar is taken out. It's a double kill for Fang. 3-0 is the 80 carry. To speak of, Kiaya's trying to take on Pop9, but 80 carries cannot live against the blind monk, and it is going to be a huge fight for DCG, and they're turning their sides to the Baron.
And here's the thing, I understand your prediction, but I don't know if I predict that at the moment because I don't know how GAM gets to Game 5. Looking like this, because this is going to be Baron picked up. DCG will be about, 7,000 gold ahead. There's the final coach comms coming in, nor looking surprisingly jovial given what's going on my screen. As let's have a look at the replay. It was just Taki getting caught out. They actually do make a really good attempt at collapsing back in as the Nautilus ult holds Fang up just long enough, but the damage isn't there. The Golden Eclipse doesn't really do anything, frankly. RS is too far behind. If RS maybe had a little bit more going for him, that fight turns, but he's been just completely chopped out of this game.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you can see as well, Noel had a little bit of a laugh. He has to take those headphones off and go back to the main coaching area because once you've done 3, you have to leave the room. You have to just watch from the sidelines. So nice to see as well that they're using these coach comms to the best of their ability. But with a Baron in tow, there's not really much you can do. The gold lead's now sitting at 8. These tier 2 towers are not long for the world. Hongshu pushing up tier 2 top. And honestly, it's hard. Like, these mid laners haven't really had the greatest game, if I'm being perfectly honest, but they're still so relevant, and it's a 2k gold lead for Hongshu on this Annie. It's still an Annie that any AD carry in this game, and there's 2 of them, should be worried about.
Oh, it should be terrified of. You can't go near Hongshu. Just dropping, even the damage barely matters, because if you just get stunned, it's Pop9 immediately on top of you. It's Florin smashing you into a wall. As Kiaya, he's just chunked the half. GAM, they're getting pressed in all 3 lanes. They're only able to clear one of them. I'm getting ready for game 4, Pike.
Yo, 10k gold lead, it's just hit. The hook from Taki is going to hit a minion, not a champion. And there's the first inhib going down. Second one, not far behind. It is going to be DCG slowly making his moves. The Baron power play sitting at for 4k. It's a big bullet time though. It's on a lot of members, but it's only on Florin, who's going to be so tanky to deal with. Pop9 actually picked up the monkey. Kiaya took out Xiaoxi, but no, they have to rocket jump away. It's too much healing. It's too much damage. Taki can't hold on.
Oh,
a triple kill for Pop9. He'll be looking for the Penta. He's going to get the Quadra. He misses the Sonic Wave. He cannot secure it. They're looking for the dive. They want this Penta. They go golden, but the game ends before it's secured. DCG are on series point.
I mean, DCG just putting on a show. Quadra kill for Pop9, and that's why I just assumed the Lee Sin was banned, because when you let it through, that's what happens.
Yep, that was a gross Lee Sin game, and this is what every other jungler in the entire LCP is looking to replicate, because wow, Pop9 so far is my man of the series. That first Sin Zhao game was phenomenal. The Lee Sin was great. The second game, not the greatest, but that's okay. We can forgive that. That's fine. But still, it's series point here now, Carrix. It is DCG in the lead. GAM need to win this game 4 to take us to Silver Scrapes.
GAM, the ball is in your court. Do you have an answer for a resplendent DCG that are looking to book a rematch of last split's, I should say, finals?
Oh, look, that could be quite a fun one, because Secret Wells, they've been looking really dominant. Real of DCG, they've been making good moves, like losing one game here, there, maybe everywhere, but at the same time, they're still looking strong. They're still getting the damage off, and oh my god, it's almost triple the damage for Pop9. Wow.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Pop9 puts on a hell of a show there, Pike. Thankfully for GAM, he can't play Lee Sin again, as we do go further and further into the jungle champion pool, but there's still so many things for Pop9. And I was saying before the game that one of the big breakpoints that made me favor GAM in this series was Draktar's improvement, and that I thought he would just be better than Pop9, and I look a little bit silly.
No, it's not about that though, Carrix. It's like, it comes down to how these players are playing on the day. And Pop9, they're just really working the map, but it's still the other way around. You can still make the argument that Draktar had an exceptional game too, and was able to work the map even better. The Vi Ari combo was really working for them, and this was phenomenal. Goes mega at just the right moment, and more big damage.
Yeah, Florin making it work, which we'd love to see. Comes back from a really, not bad, but depressing lane. He did exactly what he had to do, but it wasn't a very fun thing to do. And this was sort of the final fight that sort of just was the final nail in the coffin for GAM. Taken out of this game, Artemis had really no impact. Kiaya, we saw one highlight at level 1, and then the Tristana proceeded to do nothing the whole game. I think GAM just back to the drawing board, but you've only got one more chance.
One more chance is all DCG needed. Even this ball time was looking so good. They went on to Fang, but it was just so much damage, and Pop9 working the magic. This Quadra kill was so good too. Taking this sort of wave, extra crash, has the flash forward to lock it down. And Taki, that's their frontline tank, just got shredded, kicked forward, pushed them back, and it was just looking so good. The star-studded play. Let's see if Pop9 can do it again though, character, because it was a very good game out of Real Love DCG. Guys, we're going to go to a break right now. Stay tuned. Game number 4 is sure to pop off. Is Real Love DCG going to close this series out, or is GAM taking us to Silver Scrapes? We'll see you in a minute.
Here's an overview of how Coach Comms works. Each team may assign one coach per game, submitted with the starting roster. Coaches can be changed between games. Only a head coach, assistant coach, or analyst is eligible. Sub-players are not allowed. Use of the Coach Comms is optional. Here's how Coach Comms operates during matches. The coach is placed in an isolated room, wearing a soundproof headset to ensure competitive integrity. They may only view the 5-player POVs on stage. No live stream, spectator mode, or external devices are permitted. Each team has 3 Coach Comms uses per game, with 45 seconds per use. Unused users do not carry over. After all users are exhausted, the coach may leave the room. If they leave early, they cannot return. Team members not participating will have access to standard spectator mode for post-game review. Coach Comms has received positive feedback from teams and fans and adds an additional strategic layer to the game. The feature will be reviewed at the end of Split 2. Stay tuned for more updates.
Em nghĩ team em có thể đứng trong top LCP. Team em khá là đoàn kết với lại sức trẻ nữa, càng đánh càng hay. Chúng tôi sẽ có mặt tại MRA.
Tới sẽ cho máy trực tiếp và tới giới thì họ rất là mạnh, thì GAM cũng là sẽ cố đặt niềm tin vào nhau để có thể mạnh ra sẽ vào những lần trước.
Off the map, they do get the Rift Herald. Oh, the flag encore! It's just a quick flag and drag follow-up.
Chúng tôi là thời đại mới của LCP.
The mountain charging forward, Doggo is the target. Artemis is getting some damage off. Yeah.
Khi bước up thì bọn mình cần phải đánh với tâm thế nó đầu tiên phải là tự tin đã, và cái tâm lý nó thật là thoải mái, thì khi đó thì bọn mình sẽ đánh đúng với thực lực của mình.
因为我们现在成绩不算特别好。但是我们进季后赛，我觉得我们也能像巨兔一样一下课上。
Hear the chorus of sun and moon, our voices, an untiring hymn against the silence. Do you feel it at last? Long have I circled this world, descending only when the Watchers first stirred. Mark and fracture! I had such hope for you, Void Hunter. Fall to fire! Fall and be silenced. Silence, dreaded herald. Rise with me! Sunfire Eternal! Providence! Our dance continues, sun and moon in perfect step. Watch as our enemies are undone. Abyssal vermin, I bar you from the heavens! Yeah! As night ordains! Silver moon, your blade fulfilled our ancient vow. This is predetermined. Begone! A lunar storm gathers. All in my path shall burn. The eclipse consumes! The moon is stained red this night. Piercing ruin! Fall! My eclipse is rageful as righteous! You betray existence! Is it inevitable that our paths diverge, Golden Sun?
Whoa! Okay, that was way too much fun as Pop9 popping up on your screens, hitting a mad quadra kill here, Carrix. And in the knockout stages, every kill counts. And that was a phenomenal performance from Relove DCG, able to show up in this game 3 and take us to series point. Now, the big question on everyone's lips here, Carrix, is GAM up to the challenge?
I actually think it's really hard to say yes to that as much as I want to. I am supporting them today. I predicted them to win. I'm already wrong on the score, but maybe I can bounce back on the result. But I think the problem is game 2 that they won off like Artemis getting Ezreal. You can't let Artemis have Ezreal. You can kind of say the same thing for game 3. You can't let Pop9 have Lee Sin. But while the Lee Sin obviously was really strong and Pop9 had a fantastic performance, if you put him on Nefiri, for example, which is still available, I think the game looks almost exactly the same. It's like not quite as strong, but it wasn't the champion that was really doing the work. It was the fact that they were first to the setups. They had better vision. They had better control. They seemed to know what they wanted to do at any time much better. As a bit of drilling it into Florin. Love that. But I mean, Florin had a really good game 1. Sorry, not game 1. Game 3 is what I'm trying to say. On the Gnar, we were kind of talking about it, how he just wasn't allowed to have fun for the first 20 minutes, but then came into a team fight, landed a massive ult. Just really all 5 members of DCG just looking better today.
Look, and like I said right at the start of the night, this is a team that has been progressively getting better week on week on week, probably from about the 3rd or 4th week of Split 2. So it's a team that I expected to really start to ramp up and hit their stride heading towards the finals, which is where this team's looking to go. The way they're playing, they are hungry for it. GAM might just be on a little bit of a different note, as now that they're trying to get that first pick, they want to be able to secure something really strong off the bat. But we're in a game 4 of Fearless now, Carrix. What champions are left up? Like Nefiri, you mentioned, is pretty good. Nocturne's already going to get banned out. We're starting to see less and less support champions that are really relevant. So I don't actually know where this first pick is going to go. It's harder to tell. Like, what would you like to see? I think they're going to have to throw something really off to the wind.
If Nefiri gets through, it should be first picked. I think that is 100% the case. If Nefiri gets through, it has to be first picked. It's like the best jungler left by far. I mean, Skarner is still available. Sejuani might creep her way in. But in terms of actually being able to carry, which both of these junglers want to do, the dog makes so much sense. But GAM just has to ban it out. They don't have first pick. They must ban Nefiri, in my opinion. I can't let Pop9, that's just had such a pop-off performance, have Nefiri back. Orianna is still going to be banned. They ban out the Vayne. But the thing is like, I understand that Vayne is a good pick top lane, but I like it into Gnar. You let them pick Gnar, you pick the Vayne yourself, and you really take it to him. But Gnar's gone. Now Ash banned out. We must ban Nefiri here. If they let Nefiri through, I think it's a huge error.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like, it is definitely going to be one of those things that they need to be prioritizing, but I don't think GAM's going to be banning it. They want to be picking it up for Drakthar, but they've got a couple other champions in the bank too, as the Orianna is taken off the board. So we've got to think about what are some other options, especially in the mid. You still got Twisted Fate, which is still definitely relevant. Anivia is another champion we've seen a bit of. Talia might be able to make their first appearance too for quite some time. So we still have some champions that are ready to go, but if they don't ban Nefiri here, they're leaving it open for first pick. And what do you really answer into it? It is such a strong jungler that can get onto any AD carry, and they ban the Caitlyn. I'm not sure this was the call.
It's really bold. I like the Caitlyn ban a little bit. Just taking it away from Artemis does make sense. It also kind of baits Varus, because that's the other big pick that's open, right? They go the Varus. Okay, I think Nefiri's obvious on the backside, but maybe this was the one pick that was worth it. Artemis in that win in game 2 was instrumental, so getting him a strong pick.
Yeah, could mean a lot now with the Twisted Fate. So I could imagine that a Twisted Fate and a Nefiri here could actually be really, really big. Yeah, absolutely. Think about the roams that will be coming out here, because I would be scared as to be this Varus. When you are a low mobility AD carry, you need to have something up. You need to have a really strong support that has good CC into this. Maokai speaks pretty true of being able to lock down members as well, but with a Twisted Fate as well, like I think about how quick these rotations are going to be at level 6, and if you get caught somewhere in the jungle, you're gone.
You are gone, 100%. Maokai looks to be where Drakthar's going to go for himself. I think that makes sense. It's point and click engage. It's hard for Twisted Fate to play around. He doesn't really have any natural counterplay if the Maokai gets on top of him, if the Maokai ult is thrown at him. And Taki goes the Pike. Okay. He likes this champion a lot. He actually has had a fair bit of success on it, but I don't love it with Varus, because do I want to leave my Varus all alone?
No, maybe, yes. They're the options.
Yes. Okay, those are the okay. We'll go through them. I think you can is sort of the real answer. You can leave the Varus alone. It depends what he's going into. Of course, we haven't seen DCG's bot lane as Shen picked up. I mean, double global.
Double global. You can Twisted Fate can start it off with the Destiny Gate, and then Shen's just gonna pop in straight up with the Stand United. No stress about it. Like, you could see a 3v4 turn into a 4v5 very quickly here, Carrix, with no TPs used. That's the craziest part. As we're entering into the second phase of bans, you got to think DCG banning away mid laners, and you got to think of the other side, GAM are looking at this bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, you got to take away, I think I'm looking to take away engage supports. Ziggs makes sense because you don't want to allow them to also roam away, given that the choke out of ADCs. I kind of wouldn't hate, like, I mean, she's not meta, but maybe Leona?
I don't see a problem here with like a Zeri Yumi even. Or a Yanara Lulu is still very possible right now if it doesn't get looked at. Like, I feel like it has sort of dropped a little bit, but I think a Lulu in particular, especially with a Maokai, especially with a Pike that want to get on top of you, is going to be a little bit of extra safety too with a wild growth. But Silas being banned out now as well, which has been a big LCK favorite of recent times. So I really like these bans, and looking at Eris and saying, we do not want you to have anything that can steal our ultimates, can match the rotations, but also taking away a Yone means they just want to be able to win lane a little bit more comfortably, forcing Eris onto another mage.
Forcing Eris onto a mage, I guess, yeah. It makes sense, but I don't know, he's good. Just thinking, this is a hard one, Pike. Taking away Silas makes sense. There's a lot of very good... Galio, yeah, but I think you're low damage if you go Galio, unless you've got something for Kiaya where he can carry. Kai'Sa would be great here, I think.
I love the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa, one of my favorite champions in the game, and I think this is one that Fang can really shine on. Fang loves to get deep and dirty into these fights, and there it is being locked up. I'm really liking DCG's draft right here. They go for the Jax now. It is going to be locked in. It is going to be a top Jax, which is not surprising. I think it's going to be quite good. It's going to be pretty good into the Shen too, but it's just going to be sitting in side lanes.
Yeah, the Jax coming in, I actually do like. Kiaya has traditionally been a big Jax player throughout a lot of his history. And Galio, as you called it as well, I think if you have a fair 5v5, GAM has a really good team comp here. But why would you ever give a fair 5v5 when you have double globals?
I'm actually thinking this is a Shen support.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Way. Oh, the Olaf coming in. So it is going to be a Shen support being picked up here for DCG. Or is that... Yeah, I was about to say... What? Okay, thank you. I was like, Olaf support? Like, I haven't seen that before, but I'm here for it. But okay, teams are fleshed out. The Galio, you had some concerns about it, but I think it sort of starts to speak true of to like matching a little bit of that global too. It's sort of like one of the main picks you do take into the Twisted Fate to sort of interact. You can clear fairly well against the Twisted Fate too. You do have your stuns too. You can match with the hero's entrance. So, not too bad. The Olaf is the only one that sort of feels a little bit off for me now. Here, Carrix?
Yeah, Olaf, he does do well into the shape of the team fight. You know, he's able to run through a lot of people, doesn't care about the Galio, doesn't really care about a huge amount that's going on. I don't really know the Jax Olaf matchup. I think that's what it really comes down to. Because if he wins the matchup hard, then I think it makes a lot of sense. But if he doesn't beat the Jax in lane, then I'm not sure what we're doing with it.
I think it's one of those, can we commit to a side lane push? Can Jax just be that much of a pressure in the side lane and forcing these towers and forcing someone to react? Maybe that's the call that they're sort of hoping for. But right now, DCG have got a very strong comp as they're walking out onto the Rift, and my eyes are on Pop9 this game. This is where the action's going to be. If this Neferi gets any form of a lead, Artemis is gone all game. So is Taki. There is no living for this very squishy bot lane, and they're just going to try and have to survive as long as possible. And Chassis probably could be caught here, but does have the dash. They're able to walk away. Nice. Oof.
Having to take level 1 E, not ideal. Drakthar will spot out Pop9, but this is like, you know, he's got follow-up here. This is a commitment to a real invade. This is vertical jungling.
Yeah, it's nice to see, actually. It sort of might have been caught sleeping a little bit because he dropped the ward and didn't move. There was no real reaction out, so being forced to go over to those wolves. But we're already seeing a fight down to this bot side. Taki is low. Flashes go forward. It's Xiaoxi picking up first blood at 1 minute and 11 seconds. It's the 1-1-1-1 here, Carrigs, and it's DCG showing no signs of slowing down. And Florin as well, trying to go up on Kiaya. The flashes go wide for both, and the healing is just going to be enough. What is this game?
This is early aggression, Pike. This is early aggression. Fighting at level 1. DCG have to be stoked with that one. Shen as well. Like, you know, traditionally you might say, oh, we don't really want the gold on the support, but Shen, he loves gold.
Oh, and it's going to be interesting, like, what the itemization is going to be for Xiaoxi. Do you still go for, like, the Titanic and still look for the hard shove, but it's a bit of a different support, right? Like, maybe you look to go for a bit more tanky so you can survive the fighting a little bit more. It started off with a really good bone skewer.
Yeah, it was just the hook lands, but it doesn't matter. You don't really want to fight Shen at level 1. He hits you really hard.
Yeah, that's so true. Now, Pop9, losing a little bit of his jungle. Drakthar, obviously, like you said, vertical jungling, doing a good job, but still going to go for the red, and losing out for Drakthar on the red buff here on the top side too. A little bit of a disaster, but now Hongshu in a dangerous spot. No mobility, getting flashed on by 2 members, and Hongshu could just be caught out unawares and just has to give the kill over. Eris picking that one up.
Well... It continues, Pike. We're going to keep fighting. Maybe that's how GAM sees themselves getting to Silver Scrapes. It's just by constant fighting, slapping everyone around. As a blue buff steal is being attempted here, so it's a bit interesting. It's sort of diagonal jungling. 2 blues and 2 reds for either side, as the gold comes back to even.
Yeah, no, so it's only 1 kill for 1 kill. It's 3 minutes into the game, though, Carrigs. Like, this is a very aggressive game that we're seeing out, and I'm here for it. This is where Fang and Xiaoxi love to play. Like, Xiaoxi loves to go forward, especially with a Shen pick, like getting these shadow rushes into land, especially when Pike wants to be matching that and coming forward too. It's a clear sort of counterplay to this Pike, and now Pop9's looking topside. There's no flashes on either of the tops, so this could be a nice pickup as Pop9 might be just looking for Krugs as well, but very different game as Florin controlling the state of what is happening, and they both just miss. I shouldn't scoff that. That was fair enough. It's a Shen. It's hard.
Fair enough. It was hard. There's another fight on top.
It's enough. Florin picks up the kill, the solo bolo from the Ronin himself, but he's a brawl off this time, so bros be broing hard.
Wow, this is not stopping, Pike. They are just constantly fighting. As a wave shoves in here, and I almost feel like they'll just dive.
Yeah, welcome to the LCP, where we love to fight, and a lot of the time, it's very scary. So you can see Counter-Strike was good, and Florin was low, just picking up that one last axe, got the shield, and a good smash was enough. So the vicious strikes were landing, and they were vicious indeed.
Yeah, I mean, Olaf, he wins those fights. I was kind of saying my opinion on the Olaf pick depends on if he beats Jax. Yeah, I think he does. As Chelsea, great taunt.
Yeah, great taunt, but the Igniter's now ticking down, so Artemis is trying to charge them down.
Dead.
He's able to get that last hit, and the hook goes forward. Fang, a little bit of an overstep. Oh, he throws up the ha-ha, and a double kill for Artemis. And they're just, it's a kill a minute, Carrix.
What?
Yeah, I don't know.
This is nuts.
We're just gonna take a second, Carrix. We just take a second. Let's just zen out for a little bit. I'm a little bit overwhelmed. My heart's racing. And Pop9 already on the dragon. It's the early takes too. This is also a big thing, right? Like Pop9 will always be able to get to these objectives first, just by the nature of the champion. You have more dashes, and Maokai isn't good at taking big jungle objectives early in the game. Void Grub's a bit of a different story, but dragons, it's a little bit harder.
Yeah, it is. As again, DCG getting the first one. This is something to really keep an eye on. Is in their wins, it has been all about Dragon. I'm just kind of trying to collect my thoughts a little bit here, Pike. It's a tricky one because I've been waiting for the junglers to really get involved, but they sort of haven't. It's all just been the lanes making plays for themselves. As here we go, Twisted Fate comes to the top side.
Right on over to the other side. Drakthar is here, but there's the hero's entrance too. Pop9 now joining the fight. Wants to do a lot of damage. Drakthar is low. Let's see if the stuns are going to be good. It's a lot of damage. Guys coming back in, but Hongshu able to get a little bit more back on the end. And now it is Eris just being charged at as well. Not much survivability when Pop9 is full health.
And a taunt on the bottom side as well. Taki takes the damage. It just keeps going. There's the ult coming out.
Great work from Hank. He's just gone. He just couldn't do it. Another flash from Xiao Si. It's disaster for this bot side, and it's really good proactivity out of Taki here.
This is it really just doesn't stop. Got 9 kills in 7 minutes. As again, they get that early taunt and they think it's enough, but it's actually, it just doesn't really work out.
Yeah, honestly, so true. And let's check this replay, because this was the fight on the bot side. Hook doesn't hit, hits the cannon, and then they just, Chelsea's like, yeah, get the taunt off, but there's not enough damage yet.
There just isn't. It's not quite there. They have to play into the damage of this Varus and Pike, which is almost impossible to do, unfortunately.
And all as well coming out with another Coach Comms. Yeah, Taki is here, not level 6, so Counter-Strike is going to be good. But here's Pop9 as well, looking for the refight too, just to keep them at bay. Throws the hook. It does land on the dogs, but it's not the end of the world, as it is Void Grubs up in 7 seconds. So there's a support up here for a very specific reason, and it's to disrupt. But now it is actually Pop9 looking for a reset too, so neither team's going to be looking, oh, okay, Taki very happy with it to cancel out these resets, because it just means there's a little bit more prioritization for Drakthar to get to the Void Grubs first. Oh, don't do it, Taki. Leave him alone. Okay, you're fine.
Yeah, and now it will be the Grubs for GAM. I think this is the first time they picked that up this series. Drakthar is there. Pop9 will move in and just steal them away, so they're only going to get one. I jinx them a little bit, as the Nefiri just... they're okay with it, but the Nefiri just, steals it in.
Yeah, look, just getting the objective is always nice. Drakthar is off to the side, and Pop9 should be able to pick this up, so maybe it was just to cancel out getting all 3 once again. You don't want to give all of the objectives over to Pop9 anymore. Like, I think they've started to learn from the last 3 games that it's really not worth doing. So at least taking one doesn't give them the pushing waves, especially with an Olaf who will just destroy towers just as fast as a Jax might too. But now it's just about getting this vision out, trying to secure a little bit more as Dragon up in 1 minute and 30.
Yeah, it's Taki just has this priority, able to move around. So far, the Stand United's only just become available, hasn't had the trigger pulled on it, of course, as It's kind of crazy how many people can arrive to fight super quickly. Taki can just be anywhere. He's Pyke. He's really fast. He pops up from stealth. There's a Twisted Fate. There's a Galio in mid. They'll just arrive at fights. It's a little bit worrying, honestly, for these coaches. I can imagine Noel's a little bit stressed trying to make calls because you just don't really know where people are coming from.
Yeah, it's so true. And they're starting to get a little bit better vision on this bot side, but they're clearing it out now. It is going to be a little bit more controlled for DCG, but 3 members for GAM looking at Fang. This is sort of like where that fear is, but a reset coming out of Pyke. Taki needs to get a little bit of that gold back on it, but level 6 is now confirmed for this Pyke. So the depth from below got to be good for those resets.
You'd certainly think so with how the tempo of the fights have come in. That death from below can get a lot of value, but of course so can Stand United, a big shield and an arriving Shen. Both teams have a lot of tools to pull out of the box.
Screwdrivers, hammers, maybe a drill potentially, depending on the type of box you have. That's another big one too. But Dragon is up. It's already been started. Ragnarok has been called. Let's see if the Broloff wants to make this work, as the Master at Arms has been summoned. Olaf, okay, you do damage, but not much mana on the way as the flash goes forward. Another flash there.
Stand United
joining into the fight. Hopper joins the march, and they are able to lock it down. The quick rotations. Now they're looking at Fang all alone in this bot side. Needs to be very careful of the dive, but a really great pick for DCG.
Yeah, it is a really good play there. That's the value of the true global. Like, we talk about globals, and most of the time we actually mean semi-globals. Twisted Fate's not truly global. Galio's not truly global. Shen is. Shen can truly arrive from anywhere, and just getting that shield, he sort of arrived after the play was over, but the big shield was all that was really needed.
Yeah, it's just the little bit of that survivability, burning the flashes out once again. The TPs weren't available, but the Ghost Ragnarok burn. Stridebreaker now confirmed for Florence. They're feeling quite good in this matchup. They're 1k gold up, so they're feeling good, but you got to be concerned about what's happening bot side. GAM with a 1.5k gold lead sitting on Artemis. The Ghost Blades confirmed, so we need to see Fang need to get back into this game a little bit more. But do not stress, it is a Kai'Sa. They will scale quite heavily into the game. They've already got that Kraken Slayer, so once they get a Ginsu's, once they get a little bit more, they'll be feeling good.
They really will. And I think the one thing about Varus being where the strength is, it's hard to protect him in this comp. Florin can just run at him. A little bit.
Yes.
He's strong. You can't stop him. The Chains of Corruption are no safety. Taki can't peel for you, obviously, because of the Ragnarok. That can become a real problem. Speaking of Ragnarok, it's here.
Yeah. Another one Master at Arms used too, but Florin has the Stridebreaker, has a lot of movement, has a lot of damage. Probably can't commit to that one, but Kiaya has no answers to the Broloff. Third coach comp is coming out.
It's going to get worse and worse. Yeah, 13 minutes, and Noel's been talking for, it's what, 45 seconds each? So, you know, about 2 and a bit minutes. Looks like they might have been a little bit caught off guard by DCG.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be first tower up in this top side too. Florin letting the wave actually just die, so it stops so much more CS going over to Kiaya. So really smart call there just to let it burn down, and it should go down. I think it was 1 minion left, and Xiaoxi has to flash. Oh, but still gets picked up the piercing arrow.
That's another kill coming in for Artemis. That's getting scarier and scarier.
Yeah, it's all on Pop 9 really to be able to make this one work. They've got to get those jumps on, but they are hovering Artemis so well. That's what I'm definitely worried about. So we'll have to see whether they can lock down this 80 carry and cancel out this gold. As Aaron's doing a good job. Hongshu just being looked at. But let's look at this replay. This is where Xiaoxi was picked up.
Yeah, just kind of caught walking where he's not allowed to walk. Like, knows that Taki's around. He thinks he's safe because of all the minions blocking the hook, but Taki's able to find this fairly easily. Loses his flash as well as dying. That's a kind of a disaster.
Yeah, it's definitely not ideal. It's not where you want to be, but A couple more objectives up on the board coming up very soon. 30 seconds on the Rift Herald. We'll have to see where these junglers want to be looking at, as Pop9 is already towards that top side. Same with Drekthar. So they're clearly thinking this is going to be the next big fight. Florin is now down on the bot side, so not going to have this really strong jungler to really, top laner, sorry, to make this sort of presence known around the objective. But Pop9 up here, looking at Kiaya, the tower's already gone, so the rotations are good because if they can clear out more towers across the map, it just alleviates all of this pressure. TP's now coming out. The Nature's Grass is used too. Good Bone Skewer is going to be hit, and Bang trying to hold on, able to get to the side. It's just instantly gone. Death from below is all too much. And now that the TP is used bot side, it is Kiaya heading down to deal with Hongshu to cancel out any more of this push. They're looking at the Rift Herald. GAM, first ones to make a move.
Yeah, I mean, like, they Twisted Fate Ultimate doesn't really do anything in the end. Was popped, just got vision, he can't arrive in time. Kiai's able to TP down to catch the wave. This is GAM just reveling in the chaos.
It's not the end of the world. They didn't get the Rift Herald as well, so but you're right, they are actually enjoying this. They're able to get these really strong picks. This is the power of the Varus Pike that we didn't think was going to be the biggest enabler, but is actually working really well. And I think it was just a couple early fights from Feng and Xiaoxi that didn't really get the edge that they were probably hoping for, because we know at least for a lethality Varus, if they get those early leads, they are a menace. So it really is now on Florin and Pop9 to make it known that they don't have this same standing. With the Dragon now up, it is a Rift Herald or a Dragon for either of these teams to secure.
Exactly. Objectives on the map, more fights ready to go as DCG are still maintaining a lead. Almost entirely from their solo lanes. In fact, it is entirely from their solo lanes. Hongshu and Florin both looking very, very strong.
Well, taunt is good. There's the straight. This call of the pack as Taki is picked up. There's the nice hero's entrance to keep them alive, but it's going to be too much. Eris locks them down. The Rift Herald did get started. Drekthar is here taking a couple axes to the face, but they do just back out 1-for-1. Jungler versus the support. I don't know if that's really worth for the side of DCG.
Yeah, I don't really think it is. I'll be completely honest. It's a lot of gold just swinging back. It's only 500 between them now, despite there being such a big lead in these solo lanes. The thing is, I think the lead that matters, the two leads that matter, in my opinion, are Florin's lead and Artemis's lead. The rest are a little bit cosmetic. Maokai can still do his job while down in gold. Galio will still do his job while being down in gold. Where the problem becomes is I don't know if Jax does his job down in gold, and I know that Kai'Sa doesn't do hers down in gold.
Yeah, that's so true, and especially with a 30 CS lead for Artemis, that 2.5k gold lead is just getting more and more out of control. But again, like I said, Kai'Sa is one of those champions. They love to come online a little bit later. That's channeling the hook. Bone Skewer does not land. They do decide to back out as the Dragon's already been started up. Pop9, first one to it. Where is Drekthar? They're in their top side. Now they're only just making their way down, but they've dropped the Rift Herald mid. They're looking for a reaction play, forcing an objective. Rift is good. They're going to be able to secure the Dragon, and now they're looking to go mid. They should be able to pick up the tier 1, though.
They should be able to. Oh, no, the hook lands onto Xiaoxi, but dashes away. He'll be all right. Just about. Pop9 having to play it very safe, but does just about manage to get his chickens.
Okay.
Oh, you can't settle down for even a moment in this game, Pike.
No, 6 kills to 8. It's only a 500 gold lead for DCG. They are just pipping the post, but you know what? The post has a lot more wood to go, so we'll have to see where these two teams are going to put that priority. It is, just to confirm, that it is a Chemtech Soul. Not our favorite Soul, is it, Carrix?
No, it's not. Much prefer something like an Infernal, get things really going, but I do love the Chemtech map. Those Mega Blast Cones are one of the funnest things I think they've ever added to the game. But so far, no team dominating Dragons, so it doesn't look like an early Soul is going to be such a massive factor like it has been in the previous games that DCG's won.
Yeah, absolutely. You bang on about that. I fully agree. But now it comes down to where the Dragons are going to start stacking up to, because it is still DCG with 2, maybe looking for a third as it spawns in about 4 minutes time, but that's still a long way. We got a lot of game between now and then before we even see that Dragon, as another tower slowly being whittled down. Hongshu does have that gold lead, but like you said, it feels a little bit fake. Galio is still going to be very relevant in these fights. The Holo Radiance is going to be doing so much. The Wave Clear is going to be really handy. Pop9 just jumping up, just seeing if they can do a little bit more. The Hound's Pursuit is always helpful for avoiding some damage, just calling out more dogs. So, see if Florence going to make a move topside here.
Yeah, up they go. As Kiaya has been caught out, Ragnarok is there.
Yeah, it's looking good, but also Drakthar waiting in the wings too. Here's Xiao Si trying to get a little bit more of a stance off. Does get that Shadow Rush, holding on a little bit more. The Counter-Strike is here. Is the damage going to be enough? As look at Flora, they're so low. Xiao Si is able just to get out a little bit longer. Pop9 in a bit of a dangerous spot, and it was GAM early to the fight. They made the play, and it could be disastrous. The different blow, it hits! Taki lands it. One more can get it done. Fang has to flash away. It's a little bit too much heat as they are backing out, and the gold is dead even.
The gold is back to even, Pike. We're at 6-9. This is the game of the series so far. This is a really, really fun one. Hongshu is the one with the big lead for DCG. Can he get anything done? He's on our screen at the moment. Not really, as this Twisted Fate, he is sort of the second man in. DCG just need to keep it up.
I'll sing it again and I'll say it again.
Yeah.
All I needed to do.
It's
That's,
looking
we
more
get
and
the
more
rest of it
possible.
later on. But yeah, look at the gold
spoil
now.
it,
It has
don't spoil it.
swung back towards GAM.
Yeah, this is where it gets harder and harder. I was talking about Florin. If he gets ahead enough that it doesn't matter as much how strong Artemis is, because you can just send the Olaf on a one-way trip. As speaking of one-way trips,
Yeah, let's see if he can actually survive a little bit longer as the Nature's Grasp cancels out the Destiny Gate and he's caught. Absolute disastrous. As now, let's see if they can go for a little bit more. As, oh, the Killer Instinct wasn't available. Taki did just get out alive. And that's a rough play as the TP now coming in from Eris to hold onto this mid. And a great pick by GAM. 1k gold lead in the bank.
yeah, they just stack up that little bit more. And what I was trying to say is that you could send Flora on a one-way trip. Just go kill Artemis, make it a 4v4. But I don't think that works now. I think he is too far ahead and Florin's not ahead enough. That this Olaf, I think he explodes before he even gets there.
Yeah, it's not ideal. The Ragnarok not able to do as much because remember, you just sort of stop any CC really coming in. You get a little bit of a buff, but nothing too crazy. We'll have to see as the next Dragon is up in 25 seconds. This is where both teams might be looking. And if I was DCG, I'd be very careful how you play this next team fight because one bad move spells disaster.
Yeah, you need to be really, really careful. But it's true for both teams. If GAM oversteps, if at any point Artemis is out of position, they can call in such a massive collapse that you can neutralize a gold lead by just having a 4v1. Dragon is pulled. Both teams are ready to fight. Hongshu can access this play, of course, has that Destiny Gate. Well, it's not quite up, but he'll have it soon as the Dragon dance just goes back and forth. This is on a knife's edge, Pike.
Ooh, honestly, is there something smaller than a knife's edge? Maybe a scalpel edge, you might even say. We're trying to play with obsidian here, or maybe some volcanic glasses. Now, here we go. The Dragons started back up. GAM in control. They're going to be able to look at this one. It might just be a reset as the TP now comes in. Hongshu trying to join. I think the Dragon's just gone. Nature's Grasp goes out, but Pop9 able to avoid it as they go up inside of it. But now, the CC Chains Corruption hit is going to be enough. Pop9 is so low. You need to be so careful. Kiaya on the back end. There's the big Hound's pursuit. Hero's entrance comes out of nowhere, but Feng is in the back line. Let's see if DCG can hold on a little bit longer. It's jumping forward. It's going to be the double kill coming through. It's a nice, the shutdown. Xiaoxi's trying to hold on. Hongshu has the damage, but it's going to be enough. They're looking at Artemis. The gold card could land. It's enough. They pick up Artemis, but it is only one left standing, and it is Draktha holding the line with an ace for GAM.
Okay, 9 die around the bot lane. Draktha walking through a battlefield after it's all settled. As this started after the dragon was picked up. We don't have to go for this fight, but of course we're going to anyway. It starts with Pop9 getting chunked really low, but then GAM are just shepherding them in. They're layering the CC perfectly. It's only this heroic performance from Feng that actually makes this sort of a 9-man down, where GAM got strung out, weren't able to just play off each other perfectly. It is honestly lucky that they get Artemis in the end there, that stun coming in just in time.
Yeah, and it's just going to get so much harder too, because look at the damage Artemis is putting out. It is crazy. The next closest is Draktha, is the Maokai, which kind of unheard of, but it is an AP Maokai too. They've got that Leandre's doing a lot of damage. They're getting that Oblivion Orb now too, so the anti-heal's coming into effect. You got to be thinking that's all about Florin. It's all about Shen. They're going to be able to heal up just a little bit more. But now, items are definitely being completed here, Carrix. And yes, a 4K gold lead on Artemis is still a lot to deal with.
It's a huge amount to deal with, Pike, as again, Kiaya just can't step up to Florin. This is a very one-sided 1v1.
Yeah, look, Destiny Gate coming in. The gold card there is the Hound's pursuit. I think Kiaya is not long for this world. Florin picks up the kill. Let's see if they can get out before the tower. But look at the Baron. It's been started up by GAM. The gold lead has been completely nullified. But here's Fang trying to keep them at bay, hitting them with as many Void Seekers as possible. But the Baron, is down to 4K health. It could just be picked up here. GAM make the cross-map play. Let's see if they go for the reset. It's secured. It's locked in. Now the TP Killer Instinct goes to the back line. Hero's entrance is good. Gets pulled back in. Depth from below lands. Artemis is low as well. One more hit should get it done. It's the shutdown we were waiting for. Now it is all DCG trying to clean up the fight. Pop9 picks up errors. They're trying to hunt them down. The dogs are looking good. Pop9 goes up, but they cannot look for the final reset. It's only 2 members with the Baron, and DCG are back in the fight.
Yeah, DCG fighting back. They win out that play. It's now a negative Baron power play, though they still do retain a couple of the buffs. Let's have a look at how this one went down. As the Baron was smarter, but then, yeah, Feng, this looks like he goes too deep. He does get shut down, but he delivers so much damage that GAM just can't get away. Pop9 has too much access on this Neferi, and they turn this around. It looked like maybe GAM was about to pull away with it, but DCG, they fight back. They keep this game on the edge of the Obsidian Blade, as you said. This is exactly what we want from knockouts.
Look, this is what you want from knockouts. That is the difference, and that is the big play. So now I have to see where these two teams are going to be moving, as the gold has just started to teeter over for DCG. It's still a negative Baron power play for the side of GAM. It's going to be a very close shave with this Obsidian Blade. In fact, if we cut ourselves, it could spell disaster. Artemis still very comfortably with the total gold, with about a 2K gold lead themselves, which is really nice to see from Artemis, who's been having a pretty good time in most of these games, at least really being a standout performer. But we'll have to see if Fang's going to be able to hold on, as they are slowly building towards that Nashus too, so they'll have the fully evolved Kai'Sa, which can do a lot in these fights. Being able to hit them from afar, get those resets on the Void Seeker is always so good, but we haven't got it yet.
Not yet. Still trying to scale up. It is going to be hard for Feng. I think his role is not necessarily to be... Oh, hang on.
Oh, the hook lands. Fang has to be careful. Could be him with a piercing arrow, but no, it's going to be too much damage. It's just too much. Taki picks him up. The death from below. Artemis picks up Xiaoxi on the return. There's the counter-strike too. This is GAM running down mid. They still have 2 members with Baron on them. And now they're looking at a tier 3 in the mid lane. It's only Pop9 trying to hold on. Florin needs to reset, but they could look to close this out. But an inhib could be a damn well good prize at the 29-minute mark.
20 seconds on Fang. I think they can go for this one. They still have such good health buffs. They've still got a couple Baron buffs as well. Pop9, Chunk.
Good.
No, GAM's going to call it off.
Look, I think that's the right call. They've got a Dragon up right now available. 3k gold lead has been tipped over for GAM, so they're doing a good job there to reset this fight after Fang just getting caught out.
Yeah, just doesn't expect the aggression, and Taki reads him like a book. That was a Kaiser that was in stealth.
Oh, nullified in the picture. A little bit too much as GAM picks up Pop9. They're looking at the back line, but the Dragon's actually really helping out. Xiaoxi gets the shutdown on Artemis. That's a lot of their damage. There's going to be Eris being chunked out too. Fang come back with a fierce determination to reset this fight, and the Dragon is being looked at. Both junglers, oh no, Draktar is available, but are they going to look for the steal as there's 2 strong members of the side of GAM out of the fight?
That's a really good swing here from DCG. Now they're the ones on Soul Point. And as much as we said that maybe Chemtech Soul's not our favorite, when you're someone like Florin, you have so much to do in this game. You have to wade through the entirety of GAM. Getting resistances when you're low, it does really help.
Oh yeah, absolutely, especially with an inhib now still open. And let's look at this fight, Carrix, because somehow Pop9 did get caught, but it still returned with them getting the Dragon, so they must have turned the fight around well.
Yeah, they really did. It was just the instant catch onto Artemis. That's what matters. They dump all of the CC that they have just in a big pile, circles on circles, and there's nothing that a virus can do.
Yeah, nah, lots of circles. You know I'm scared of circles. The most fearful shape there is. No, scratch that. Triangles are far worse. They're sharp, they're pointy, they can hurt if they hit you wrong. Ooh, it's just like that obsidian blade that we've been talking about. But that's usually, no, they're not triangles. Don't worry about it, guys. But still, Baron is up 1 minute time. Like, I've just thrown you for a full loop. You've just gone, what?
Yeah, a little bit, but that's all right. We're having fun. It's 50 seconds on Baron, and that, I think, might be a fight that changes everything in this game. And remember, we are on series point for DCG. If they can get this comeback going, and it's only 1,000 gold between them, it's barely even a comeback, but if they can get this going, they will be booking a date with Team Secret Wales.
Oh, it's a date a lot of people are after, and especially GAM want to go there too. It's the VCS special is what they're looking at, but no, it is DCG that want to turn it into a PCS versus VCS. It's now finally the tier 1 for GAM has been taken out. DCG now starting to flip the gold back a little bit more, getting rid of these little saplings everywhere. They are a bit of a nightmare because they burn so much damage.
Dude, there's a lot of damage going, but another bit of farm. Pop9 is becoming more and more relevant in this as well. He's behind in gold because Draktar, frankly, just has a ridiculous amount of assists. He's been absolutely everywhere this game. But this dog, if you get the dive duo of the dog and Olaf going in, Artemis, yes, he's strong. He's 8 kills. He's huge, but it's a lot to ask.
You can sort of see the GAM is very much saying, like, do we just, like, try and fake it out and see if we get something from it? But no, DCG have sort of read and say, that's fine. If you guys are starting up this Baron, we'll look and start pushing. And now they're starting to flip it around. Getting that early shove for DCG means they can go clear out a lot of the wards and vision that GAM have set up. Let's see if they can hold on a little bit longer. As Taki getting hit with an axe. It's not going to be enough as they do have to back out nice and slow as both sides unable to really start this fight off.
Yeah, they're just, this is the tricky thing, is that it's hard to get this going because you don't want to be the one that makes the mistake, right?
Destiny,
you don't
stopwatch going golden. Kiaya is trying to hold on, but the counter-strike is good. The rest of the team have to back out. They got a couple big ultimates out. The bone skill is good. Chains of Corruption is off the cards. They cannot use it in the next fight. It has just missed everyone. Still a lot to be done, but it looks like it's just going to be reset city.
For now, as Baron is up, it's a minute and a half on Dragon. How are these teams going to play this out? It is one control ward in the back of the pit at the moment for GAM. Nothing huge for DCG.
I think the big question here, Carrix, is what side goes for what? Like, do you just go for the Baron, the Dragon Soul here, or do you give Soul Point over to GAM at the same time and just go flip for a Baron at this point? It'll definitely help reset the gold, help you take a couple more towers as TPs are now starting to come out. Eris has had to make that move. They still have a lot of things down. They have damage, but no TP. A lot of flashes up on the board. In fact, every flash is available but Artemis, but it will be ready for the fight. So this is going to be a big point of note, is who's going to get these big flashes, who are they going to target, and I feel like DCG, they need to take Artemis off the board.
Yeah, I mean, that is the story of this game. It really is. It's just, if Artemis dies early enough in a fight, I think DCG wins really hard. If he doesn't, then GAM really wins. It's a bit of main character syndrome. That's a lot of damage. 10 seconds on Dragon and GAM aren't in position.
Yeah, they have to be so careful. One false step, but DCG, they've been chunked out quite a few times. These piercing arrows are doing a lot of work. But now, Dragon has been started up. Fang's trying to do it. Now they're looking for the fight. They're trying to re-engage. Flashes go forward. Shousey trying to make that play. Counter-Strike is used. Nature's Grasp is going down. Is it going to be stunned enough as the Ragnarok has been summoned? They're looking for a little bit more. Artemis is just absolutely obliterated. Look at Fang go. The double kill is good. It's all too much. DCG, they saw the target. They saw the moves. And now they have everything they need to close out this game. Fang in the heart of gold, keeping them alive. It's a triple unofficial. They clean up the side of GAM, and it is Relove DCG looking down mid. What an absolute stunning play. They picked the target.
Yeah, and this is DCG. They're going to pick up the game. They're going to pick up the series 3-1.
It's all she wrote here now, Carrix. It was Relove DCG against the odds, against the second best team officially in the league. They take the series and they clean up GAM 3-1. And what a huge performance out of this Relove DCG. We're finally going to see a reliving of the finals in Split 1.
Yeah, I mean, that is a massive bounce back here from Relove DCG. They come back from what has been a bit of a disappointing split. People were saying, where were these finalists? They were the finalists, and now they're, coming in from 6th place, but they've rocketed through playoffs, and Team Secret Wales, I think, has to be a little bit worried.
Look, this is what we talked about. Like, it was also Relove DCG that took Secret Wales to a 5th game in the finals. This is a team that is a big contention. Yes, Florin, throw up that cool S or a Z. I don't know what it is yet. Maybe we'll have to ask him soon. But a great performance out of this top laner. And you know what? A great performance out of every single member on Relove DCG. They all played spectacularly in this series. It was just that second game that wasn't what they wanted. I think they gave over one too many good picks. The Ezreal was not what you should be giving Artemis. At the end of the day, it was only one game. And Relove DCG, every other game looked quite convincing.
Yeah, quite convincing is an understatement, honestly. I think they looked dominant in Game 1 and Game 3 particularly. They ran GAM ragged, and I'm really excited for this team. I underestimated them clearly. I predicted GAM. You knew the faithful would be rewarded, and they really were.
Look, sometimes it's hard to be a soothsayer. Sometimes it's hard to look into the future and understand what's going on. It's a curse more, even a burden you could even say, because look at the damage. Artemis was an absolute demon regardless, and this is why Varus is so highly sought after. But in this game, when you have so many members that can just jump you, there is not much you can really do, because wow, Florin had a really good showing as well on this Olaf, even in a couple of those scrappy fights. There is Chassis going for the flashes here. We're about to find out who is going to be our player of the match, and I think it might be Florin, because look at this, charging forward, absolutely fierce.
And I totally agree with this. He knew what the mission was in every single game. That Nah game, he was quiet, but I've said it over and over again, that was his mission. Just don't lose too hard, come and be relevant in the mid game, and that's exactly what he did. What a performance. And like, look, game one, I honestly think he had a pretty good Cassiopeia game, but maybe that one doesn't count quite as much given what happened. But every single game, he had such a high impact, and he well-deserved player of the match.
Yeah, considering he's probably picked Cassiopeia in this match going, what am I actually doing with this pick, guys? I don't know what's really happening. But again, we talked about how these are players that have absolute game knowledge. They know how to run every single champion if they need to. And yeah, you're right. That Nah game in game 3 was an outstanding performance of learning how to let your team carry. He took the L so hard, but he was never out, and that is the difference between good and great players. And it's one of my favorite things to say is when a performance comes, they do show up. So Florin had the backseat the entire series, but they showed up in throws and they played exceptionally well.
They really did. Super impressed by this, super impressed by the glow up from DCG, and I'm so excited to see what they can now do in that upper bracket finals.
Yeah, look, I guess now the big question is how are they going to go into Secret Wales? This is the team that is looking incredibly dominant across the board. Last night, they picked to go up against the Vikings and they 3-0'd them. So if we want to see Real Life DCG have a similar performance to that, we need to see them tighten up a few things. And that really comes down to identifying who's their win con, playing towards it a little bit more. And honestly, Florin was looking good, but I think the win con's really popped 9. Play around this jungler.
Totally agree. Pop 9 was brilliant. The Lee Sin game, of course, was a massive highlight. Even this Neferi game, where he's a little bit quieter, was still absorbing a huge amount of pressure, was able to invuln really key ults. They weren't able to lock him down well, and it let the rest of the team run wild. I honestly, I can't say anyone on DCG that maybe didn't have a great series. I think this was a huge team effort. I think you can write game 2 off. Like, yeah, okay, Artemis got massively ahead and you were playing from 10,000 gold behind. Yeah, you lose that game. It's what happens, right?
Yeah.
But the 3 games that they won were not won on random coin flips. They weren't won with quote-unquote dirty League of Legends. It was incredibly clean. It was Dragon setups. It was Baron setups. It was knowing where they had to be on the map 100% of the time.
Yeah, and it came down to that clear communication from the team. Like, they're all on the same wavelength. Even in the times when it's a bit rough for them, they were just like, guys, no, we can commit here. We're strong enough. We just focus this player. There was not a single coach comm for the side of Relove DCG where every single game, I'm pretty sure we hit 3 coach comms for GAM. So it just goes to show that this team was on the same playing field. They knew exactly what they needed to do every single game. The coaches didn't need to be there because the players already knew the plan. And that is a big point of difference here as well, because when those coach comms do start to come in, it means there's probably something wrong.
Exactly. And this is a bit, it's emblematic. GAM are constantly burning these coach comms. They're constantly having to have Nor come in and sort of right the ship. And as you said, DCG, they just never do. They know what they're doing. They have the strong voices in game. And I'm a broken record, but I'm super impressed. I will not be underestimating DCG again, Pike.
No, that's why, like, you know, that's why I put the score as they're going to be, it was like a 3-2. I called it saying I'm never counting GAM out, but it was just such a big performance out of DCG, and I sort of saw it. Not that I saw it coming. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying I'm a soothsayer. I'm just saying I've seen and looked at the stats. I've looked at the track record of this team, and the closer they get to finals, the more impressive they get. It is just how this team's work, and that is why I had to give them that win. But a huge today's result. It was DCG 3-1 in the best of 5 against GAM. They're moving up to that upper bracket, which means it is going to be GAM moving down to versus Vikings in another series. So that is going to be our match 6 as we look at the bracket. Round 3 coming up with the goods as match 6 tomorrow night. Here, Carrick's Vikings versus GAM. That's going to be a fun one.
Oh, it will be. These will be really good. The VCS banger for the lower bracket. GAM have been down there plenty of times. I know they're excited to make their way all the way back up. And Team Secret Wales and DCG, they've got a little bit of time just to watch the rest of them and be a little bit haughty.
A little bit what?
Haughty, like arrogant, because they get to look down on them.
Okay, so I was like hottie, and I was just like, damn.
Well, I mean, that too.
That's where I was going. I was like, I'm down for that. Like, why not? Let boys be boys, right? But no, let's look at the player of the match standings. It is still those 3 up the top. Florin picking up that second means they are now joining that club of the 2s, but it's not going to be enough. But Sunday's matches, wait, it's tomorrow. Tomorrow's Secret Wales versus DCG. It's upper bracket.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, okay. It's upper bracket.
Oh, that's awesome.
Me too. I guess not.
Oh, that's epic.
That's surprising. I didn't realize it was upper bracket tomorrow. I'm excited for that. I get another look at DCG. I'm keen.
Don't count them out this time, though. That's the big difference here, Carrick. Never count DCG out. They have the tools. They have the hands. Let's just see if the Secret Wales can probably just solidify a little bit more of a lead and make their way up into the finals.
Yeah, that'll be really, really good if they can. But we'll have to see if Team Secret Wales can show why they are undefeated so far. Pike, what a game we had tonight.
What a series. Like, that was just, my heart was racing. I didn't know where I was. I think I went like astral projection for a couple casts there as well. I didn't know what was going on. I was seeing things, and then I started seeing the future again, but that was yesterday. Who knows what was going on? But Carrick, it's the end of the night. We have completely finished out this series, and what a series it was. Anything final before we close out?
I can't think of anything more except that Relove DCG are the real deal Team Secret Wales. Get ready for it.
Yeah, they got to be scared. I'm just going to do this for my boy. Got to get the Z out there. He's been doing so good. Florin, you played exceptionally. Ladies and gentlemen, folks out there, don't forget to hit up all the socials of the LCP English broadcast. We're always looking for more love and support out there in the community. Don't forget to hit me and Carrick up on socials. We're always out there having a good time. But from all of us here at the LCP, thank you for tuning in, and we will see you tomorrow night for the upper bracket finals, heading towards the big grand finals. Oh, I'm excited.
I'm so keen.